I'm not trying to lose you, but loving her makes loving you harder. Loving her makes loving you harder now. Baby, I thought you could give me wings. Baby, I thought falling felt like flying. 'Cause loving her makes loving you harder. 'Cause loving her makes loving you harder now. Loving her makes loving you harder. And far away, I'm loving you stronger now. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, baby, before you walk away. No, I'm in the war, I'm in no race, chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm out on a wires every day, trying to keep my head above the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be that guy, the one who push you to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave you shit alright, and your own cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Some things I said, I don't want you to leave, so stay instead. And I pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one, just staying alive. And I don't mean to be that guy, the one who push you to the side, and all the light and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit alright, and your own cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. It's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I.
Do you ever feel drowning in open sky on the empty hill where you started your life, chasing past those skies in the dark of the night? Well, the words set sail like the tears in her eyes, they both lit up with on surprise. I'll take your hand, we'll run to the empty sky. Will you take my hand and we'll run to the empty sky? Don't you worry, I'll be your reason. Don't you worry, I'll be your reason. Well, the words set sail like the tears in her eyes, they both lit up with on surprise. I'll take your hand, we'll run. I'll take your hand, we'll run to the empty sky. Will you take my hand and we'll run to the empty sky? Don't you worry, I'll be your reason. Don't you worry, I'll be your reason. I say something, it's out of line. I say it again, another time. I spoke freely when I was 17. I said the kind of things that no one was letting me. I pick you up, I pick you out of a crowd. How does it sound? Am I as loud as you want it now? I'll make you come up to my cloud. Best believe I'm not coming down. No, I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. I'd rather smoke something. I could probably blow a ring. I'm opening up as a singer. Nobody wants quality, they only want quantity. They keep ignoring me, it's boring me. I wanna be paid, I want double now, or I will not tell you how to get to my fucking cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. Out of a crowd, how does it sound? Am I as loud as you want it now? I'll make you come up to my cloud. Best believe I'm not coming down. No, I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. Time is such a fickle thing. It burns through everything, but it stops when machines fall in love. Life is such a simple thing. Games and triggers spin and sing. Then we rest and we fall from above. And like a comet fall into the air and burn it up. Why oh life, you're burning bright like a phoenix from the ashes. You'll be born again tonight. Why on fire, growing higher in a forest burnt to cinders. There lies a city made of tinder. Now we're lost in this never-ending odyssey, a journey vast and endless in this starry sea. An infinite blackness, a hastening madness is all I have to comfort me. And I will bear witness to this narrative illness that's been plaguing my memories. Alchemist, give me a vessel made of gold. I'll set off in the morning on this voyage to a hole. The warmth in the freezing cold. Why of life, you're burning bright like a phoenix from the ashes. To be born again tonight. Why of fire, growing higher in a forest burnt to cinders. There lies a city made of tinders. Take my hand, we will walk to the edge of the earth, where constellations overflow. We wonder what is each star worth. I will wait at the edge of the world and take it all in. Above the sea of clouds, where the air grows paper thin. I'm filling my lungs with cosmic dust, 'cause there's no breeze or wind. And I get lightheaded when the altitude sickness starts to set in. Halt and catch fire. It's a balancing act. We ignite, we inspire. Halt and catch fire. Each second I gravitate, orbit I'll levitate. I will find you in the dark. In chaos we resonate. In chaos we resonate. Wildfire burning away in my heart. Until the state till death do us part. This is how the fever starts. Go up in flame, light up the dark. One love living in harmony. When the flowers bloom
your fate. It's just how it's meant to be. This is where our worlds collide. This is where we come alive. This is where we realize. This is where we realize. Hands on the matters now. 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 Hands on the matters no sleep, no fear, different point of view. It's here, it's now what we wanna do. Don't have all the answers, but we don't care. I thought the answer was in front of me, but it was just a dream. And all the failing made me see. I thought I had to choose another way. You can't predict your fate. It's just how it's meant to be. This is where our worlds collide. This is where we come alive. This is where we realize. This is where we realize. Hands on the matters now. Hands on the matters now. Hands on the matters now.
Why should we stay here when we could run free? Who would we be if you weren't with me? No, I'm never going home again. We're like animals in the dark. Where we live, I make pretend. Let's get lost forever. Why should we stay here when we could run free? Who would we be if you weren't with me? No, I'm never going home again. We're like animals in the dark. Where we live, I make pretend.
Ow! Welcome everybody to the UEB. It's been a while since I've seen you guys here. Welcome back. We've got ourselves set for week 4 of the LPL, and of course, I'm keeping myself safe. Luckily, back over in the studio at least, the unofficial English broadcast studio. I'm probably going to get in trouble for this, so I'm not going to go for too much longer. Of course, we're glad you guys could join us. We have some awesome games, absolutely brilliant games coming up. We got some RNG Victory 5. We got Invictus versus OnePlus Phoenix. Who decided the schedule? How did we get these games? It's my only question. Because we are blessed, it seems. For now, though, I'm not going to stick around. Of course, I'm going to hand it on over to our two casters, lovely GL Phoenix, as well as Nightstar for your guys' first series. So, take it away, boys. Phoenix, I'm sorry. Phoenix, I got some...
Alright, there we go. There we go, sorry about that one. I knew there was one thing that was going to be kind of muted or somewhat screwed up, but anyway, thank you Opal for the heads up. And yeah, nice though, coming into this first series of the night, V5 versus RNG, what are we expecting?
Well, you know, if you told me at the beginning of this split that I would be excited for the series, I would have been like, wow, it has to be maximum meme value series. There's no way it could ever be a quality series, but here we are with two 4-1 teams somehow. And
yeah.
Victory 5 looked damn good. They've just overhauled the entire roster, yet somehow this roster has come together so damn fast. I have no idea how.
Yeah, coming into this split, they were one of the teams where it's like, oh, I'm not really sure what to expect from them. But yeah, as you mentioned, they are another team that are at 4-1 coming into today. And we saw them play earlier this week, and they had a very convincing 2-0 win over VG Gaming. Whereas RNG, although they're at the same score as a 4-1 as well, they seem to struggle a little bit against E-Star. So that's going to be interesting to see how these two teams match up.
Yeah, RNG are looking to... They've been coming back a little bit after a great start 2-0. They did take the L against LNG, which
yeah.
I thought was... that was also a game cast by me, and I gotta say, I was completely baffled by what was happening on my screen. I don't think it'll be necessarily repeated if they do lose this series. I don't think it'll be in the same way as it happened in LNG. However, I think there's going to be a lot more fights today because both of these teams, well, Victory 5 especially, have really liked to try and hit hard in the mid game with their compositions. On the flip side, RNG, they like to have a little more win lane type of scenarios because of Xiaolong Bao's really insistence, I would say, on trying to make his mark in the jungle.
Yeah, one of those really aggressive styles, wanting to be proactive early. And we have seen a lot of Lee Sin, a lot of the Graves wanting to be very proactive and imposing your will on the game early on from the jungle position. So yeah, that's something that we could probably look towards RNG drafting towards, wanting to have some strong lanes and trying to play through from there. But yeah, as you mentioned, V5, they've just been a really good team, and especially once they hit those points in the game where they can just get those team fights going. And yeah, I'm really excited to see how this one ends up playing out.
I certainly am also excited as we get to take a look at the standings. Victory 5 above RNG because of game differential.
In that game differential,
record,
actually, we can look earlier in this week because V5 had the 2-0 win over VG, RNG the 2-1 over E-Star, and that's essentially the difference.
Yeah, exactly. That is the game difference. And I mean, here's the matchups for today. We have the number 2 versus number 3 seed, which is our matchup, and then we're gonna have, I mean, it's weird to talk about them as the number 8 and 6 right now, but it is what it is early on in the season, and you're gonna have the the world champs meet once again.
Yeah, FPX and IG. I mean, FPX have only played 3 games so far this split, and so I'm gonna need to do a little bit of catch up later on in this split, just having to making up a bit for lost time. But yeah, those 2 teams, it's always going to be some fireworks when you get those 2 teams together. But yeah, we get to look at RNG and V5 first up, just having a look at the lineups. For the side of RNG, we still have New, we have Xiaoling Bao, you mentioned before, very aggressive in that jungle position. Xiaohu forever in the mid lane, Betty and Ming on the bottom side. And yeah, with Mata as the coach, they are a very well-drilled team.
Oh yeah, they're definitely very well drilled. However, what's going to be big for RNG in these drafts is making sure that New gets the Wukong or the Ornn. They're his most played champions, and he just hasn't looked quite the same on the other champions that he has played. The Renekton, Mordekaiser, Aatrox all seem not quite his playstyle, and it doesn't seem to be a priority for the team to heavily focus that top side. So win lane champs just feel a little bit off for that team.
Yeah, and getting some priority in that top lane is definitely going to help out, especially if you have someone like Xiaoling Bao, who is going to want to get the solo lanes ahead and try and push that forward. So yeah, maybe trying to prioritize New's champion pool in the draft might be an option for RNG to go with. We'll have to wait and see, because there are quite a lot of other priority things to be looking at. We're talking about it before with the 80 carry pools. It's like, a lot of these teams that we've been seeing in the LPL, they just end up shaking hands and just having the Ezreal or Phelios matchup. I'm interested to see if there's going to be some kind of deviation from that, but who knows?
Yeah, I certainly think Sam D, he'll be looking to lock in the Ezreal. He's looked really, really good on it. On the flip side, I think RNG, they'd like to try and get the Philios, most likely just to have a more teamfight prowess. Sure, both of these AD carries do like to play both of them, but I think as far as team profiles go, those picks make more sense for their respective teams.
Yeah, and as you saw on the screen there, the roster for V5 coming into this one, it's Biu in the top lane, Wei in the jungle, Mole in the mid lane, Sandy and Pippi God in the bottom lane. And Pippi God is one of those players that has garnered a lot of fans over the course of this
He's
split.
risen quite quickly.
Yeah, every time you hear V5, it's always Pippi God this, Pippi God that, who has really made a name for himself.
Yeah, he's definitely risen. I'm not sure if it's infamy or not, but certainly he's garnered a lot of attention, and it all starts off with the name, of course, but then you get to watch his gameplay and you realize that he's not just the name.
It's not just a meme name, he does come up with some really godlike plays. And
I love the fact that he has 3 games of Bard. Like, Bard is a champion that's been really rising as far as the support pick goes, and to see him 3-0 on that pick, it makes me really, really excited to hopefully see this pick come out in this series.
All right, we are into the first draft of this series between RNG and V5. We're already getting through the majority of the bans so far. Nidalee and Set taken away by RNG, finishing off with the Kalista as well. Varus and Syndra taken away by V5 as we wait our final ban for this round.
Yeah. I know pre-game or pre-series we did talk about the Varus bans, and I just want to see more teams hold off of that first ban Varus, maybe see if blue side ends up banning it out, as it looks like the last ban will be the Philios, which is gonna just prompt RNG to lock in that Ezreal, so we won't see a trade-off here, but for Victory 5, I'd like to see him maybe try and take away the Yuumi to deny that oppressive lane.
Yeah, there are options to go along with that Yuumi, not necessarily just in the bottom lane, one of the other options that isn't too uncommon to go with that Yuumi would be the Olaf, but it looks like they're wanting to straight towards the Graves for that jungle pick, and that is what they lock in.
Yeah, and Graves, interestingly enough, is at a 44% win rate, but this champion is still gigabust just because of how hard he can carry from the jungle position, and you just don't see too many of those champions right now. You basically have Nidalee and then you have Graves. Everyone else is kind of more of a facilitator at best.
Yeah, we did see the Ornn locked in for Biu in the top lane, and we were talking about it earlier. That is one of the picks that you would like to go towards, and that is not going to be available for him. The Wukong is still there if that is something they want to go towards prior to the next round of bans, but so far locking it in the Lee Sin, and it is going to be the Wukong pick. So that is essentially the top half of the map, or top part of the map, sorted out for RNG.
Wow, and actually a really fast Ashe lock-in coming in from V5. So they're looking to pack in a whole lot of engage power. If they want to draft something that just dog piles in, we might see something like the Galio come out from Victory 5. They don't necessarily have the best way to get the Galio into the fight, but it would definitely allow them to hit mid-game super hard with the Ornn, Ashe, and Galio. However, they are lacking a little bit of damage as far as late game threat, so we might see Mole opt
some good
into
ban
something.
ones,
Yeah, so more for a hyper carry type mid. So the Zoe might be a possibility.
Yeah, and there's one thing that it's not something that you necessarily want to allow Xiaohu to grab a hold of with the Zoe. We've seen him in the past just absolutely delete some carries, so yeah, don't want to go across. That is what they pick up, and they're going to leave their last pick to the support here for Victory 5, which could be the Bard that you mentioned before. It is going to be another tool that they can engage with and set up some of those mid to late game team fights. And now we're looking towards the side of RNG. What are they going to have for their support? What are they going to have for their mid laner here for Xiaohu and Ming? They are hovering the Silas right off the bat, and it is going to be the one that lock in. Interesting enough there for RNG. Xiaohu picking that one up, and we're kind of expecting the Yuumi, but is there any other options that you think that RNG might be fiddling around with for this last pick?
Definitely a big shout out for the Yuumi pick, because he has the Ezreal, and then he also has the Wukong and the Silas, who just want to get in deep. But the Nautilus locked in adds that extra layer of easy engage for the team, so it doesn't force New onto the Wukong to necessarily start out fights himself. He can just kind of wait for the initial engage of the Nautilus to come in and then follow up. As for PP God, he's going to lock in the Thresh, so providing a little bit of disengage. So for this composition on Victory 5, I do like how this composition is structured. My only worry is that damage could be a little bit lacking when it comes to the late game period.
Yeah, that is one thing that, well, with the Zoe, you're all about that burst damage, and if you're not able to get that, essentially the execution with those paddle stars, you can be a little bit lacking. I mean, sure, they have a decent amount of AD damage with the Graves coming out of the jungle and also the Ashe, so if fights do end up dragging out, they will be the ones needing to carry a lot of it. Whereas on the side of RNG, they have a lot to work with in terms of just consistent damage out of the Wukong, out of the Silas, and also the Ezreal, who will scale up pretty damn well. So on both sides, you can see they have some clear ideas of how they want these team fights to go, and I'm very excited to see how they how the first 10 minutes of this game is going to play out.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the RNG composition, and I really favor them as far as overall composition, because they have the engage power, they have a really solid scaling as well with the Ezreal, and then it really just comes down to the fact that does this Lee Sin pick how does this actually translate? Because sure, you're going to be able to be really aggressive in the lane phase, but I am a little bit concerned about the late or the mid to late game because he's
Hmm.
going to jump in and he's going to be running into things like the Ashe ult, like the Ornn ult, and possibly even the Thresh. So Xiaolong Bao's positioning in some of these team fights will be very key to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very important for actually both of these junglers and their positioning throughout this, as we are getting into game one of this series between RNG and Victory 5. As the Sleepy Trouble Bubble is going to get thrown out. There's a lot, a lot of members of V5 turning up in the mid lane. If that bubble had landed, it could very well have spelled the death of Xiaohu so early on in this game.
Yeah, and certainly would have been a quick flash coming out from the man,
Hmm.
especially with PP God waiting in the wings, just looking for an opportunity to land that hook. And I do like that start coming in from V5 because Mole isn't going to hurt too much in the fact that he did start that sleepy trouble bubble instead of the paddle star, since it is a melee matchup. You are going to be able to auto the minions quite freely.
Yeah, it is one of those things that you're not really going to be giving up too much uh, by going for that skill. You usually, as you mentioned, in the melee or range versus melee, you're usually able to be a little bit more aggressive or a little bit more risky with some of your either items or ability um, starts, as we do have a nice early engage onto PP God by Ming, but a little bit of a trade back there from Sam D just to try and equalize some of the pressures. A volley does manage to land onto Betty, as they do have the early pressure, at least the early push, just thanks to Ezreal not really having any response to it.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a lot of Ashe start to pick up some steam just because of the fact that the previous go
Ooh,
to AD
bubble
carry.
onto.
uh,
Ooh, takes a bit of a damage, but is going to be able to stick around in this lane. But yeah, carry on.
yeah. Uh, the previous go-to AD carry, the MF, just has recently really hit a wall as far as her viability because of the fact that she's really just that alt bot, and team compositions aren't necessarily built around those mid-game, full-on mid-game team fights by having things like the Galio or the Jarvan,
Hmm.
at least drafted for them early on. So instead, we've seen the Ash come out, who's a much better facilitator and also just allows you to play away from her without losing too much.
Yeah, and we're seeing early on in this game, the invades from Wei Wei did end up catching Xiangbao out at his Raptors, but doesn't actually reveal him with the Scribe's Bloom over to the red buff. So rather fortunate there for Xiaolongbao that he was able to go undetected, but we're seeing some rather early pressure being applied by Wei Wei on this Graves.
Yeah, Wei Wei just being pretty upfront here. And it's not too surprising because most of his job right now is to make sure that Xiaolong Bao doesn't just find ganks and
Well,
get
speaking of
kills.
which, this might be an opportunity for Xiaolongbao to come here to this bottom lane as this wave is pushing into the tower. Pippi God and Sam D are going to come really close. There's a flash engagement coming out of Ming, and they do get a bit of a lockdown onto Pippi God. They are doing a decent amount of damage to him. The exhaust does go down, but it's not nearly enough. The hook is there, and the first blood goes to Xiaolongbao.
Yeah, and they just miss finding him on that Scryer's Bloom, and that's actually going to be a big deal because it results in RNG being able to find that first blood on that bottom lane. Kill credit goes over the Shalom Ball as well, which is going to be super nice because it does allow him to get this Warhammer to be more aggressive, and this really just has to be how the early game plays out for RNG. Xiaolongbao has to be able to consistently find some of these kills. He needs to really have a lot of early impact before that 15-minute mark because afterwards, that's when the Graves is going to really start shining. And that's also when the Lee Sin could just struggle against this Victory 5 team composition.
Yeah, that is one of the things that the Lee Sin it does end up getting outscaled in a lot of situations. So as you mentioned, wants to be able to accrue some advantages early on, and then essentially snowball that into even more later on. As we're just seeing the lanes kind of equalizing on both sides, both junglers just clearing out their jungle. As yeah, not really much in it this game so far, apart from that first blood.
Yeah, not much happening. Besides that first blood, it's only 5.5 minutes, so not much of the game has necessarily happened. But RNG are. I did not know you could auto
Yeah,
over.
that was a little bit weird, but he
Yeah,
does manage to clear out that ward and
Nautilus
using the
things.
just using the opportunity of or using the back timing of Ash to try and generate a little bit of pressure around the river, and as the vision is just going to be grabbed back there by PP God and the rest of V5 as they end up taking control of that area, and they are going to be able to start up this dragon. And even Bubu is making his way toward the mid lane, as this is going to be a bit of a dangerous situation. Does end up dodging the Slippy Trouble Bubble. A little bit of damage goes on in return, as here comes a call. The Forge God flashes away from it. Xiaohu does, and throughout all that, the dragon does go down. That was an infernal dragon going over to the side of V5. Next one is going to be a cloud one, but throughout all of this, RNG, they've just been pretty happy to just farm up the just just maintain the ship so far in this game.
Yeah, and I really like that roam coming in from Bubu. Just coming down, making sure that you allow the rest of your team to secure that early Inferno Dragon. And it's really at no risk to him as well because he did have that wave shoved in to tower, and without the Tiamat built up onto the Wukong can't just answer back that fast.
Mhm.
So it was a pretty solid play there, as Yahoo is just going to use the Ornhorn to clear out that minion wave. And a solid start so far from Victory 5, as they don't bleed too much as far as the CS department goes to get that first dragon.
Yeah, they are in pretty good positions in terms of CS in all lanes, to be quite honest. It's pretty even across the board. The only somewhat noticeable difference is between the junglers, but with that first blood going over to Shalongbao, that has kind of equalized. And we're seeing in the gold totals just a little bit of an advantage in favor of RNG, mostly coming out of that first blood. But so far, not really seeing too much interaction between these two teams and the junglers.
Yeah, not too much interaction. Uh, at the moment. But once Xiaolongbao does get that item purchase, he should be pretty darn close to that warrior enchant as he does finish that buy. This is where he's going to start to look to be super aggressive now, as Wei Wei is actually going to be the first one to start out onto this Rift Turtle, and you just see RNG, they're
Ooh.
trying to answer back, but they're just not quite in position. So the Rift Herald is going to take a little bit. So we should expect a fight here.
Yeah, it looks like they want to fight for it. Weiwei is going to get the execution onto the Rift Herald, but not able to stick around to grab uh, the thing itself. But they are going to just try and go for the fight. They're coming in at several different fronts. A great two-man knock up there from Bilby on the top side of it, as New is going to take a lot of damage. Is going to get cleaned up by the Ornhorn. And in the end, it is just going to be a one kill over to the side of V5. I think they will even be able to grab the Rift Herald themselves, or at least the little token thing that so they can drop it
Oh,
somewhere. Oh, a good flash over the wall, almost flashed right into the hook as Ming is going to take a lot of damage. The shield does come out. That does manage to get back out of there thanks to
whew.
the lantern out of Pipigo. We saw how much damage is coming out from the Ezreal with that true shot barrage, but it's not going to be able to finish them off. A little bit dangerous for both sides, but in the end, V5 coming out pretty well on this one.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get that kill. They were also able to secure themselves the Rift Herald and pick it up at the very end of that fight, as Weiwei does have it in his inventory. So a great start from Victory 5, a great rotation, just being the first ones onto that Rift Herald. We get to see the replay as he just immediately takes the lantern out of there, knowing that there's still quite a bit of time onto the Rift Herald. Sure, it got shortened by quite a bit on how long you can wait to grab it, but he knew the timer, was able to grab it towards the end, and they were still able to secure that kill onto Nu as he was just a little bit too far up while Xiaohu was split from the team.
Yeah, just a bit unfortunate there for New getting caught out from the rest of the team. And also with Xiaohu engaging on the other half, it meant there was a lot of split focusing coming out from RNG, whereas V5, they went in with a very clear goal in mind from that fight, and it worked out incredibly well for them. And they have gained a little bit of a gold lead. Not too much to really write home about, but it is going to be helping out in for the next fight, which could be coming up in about half a minute with the Cloud Dragon coming, as well as we do have a lot of engagement, or a lot of engagement potential coming in onto the bottom side. But Xiaohu is going to, does end up missing the chains onto Biubu, but here comes a call of the Forge God, but that's going to get ignored by Biubu as Mole trying to just force away Xiaohu with a little bit of damage is going to dodge it all, as now we see the rest of V5 starting to move up from the bottom lane as, yeah, it's just trading back and forth, trying to get any kind of advantage as Xiaohu is now in not the best of spots, going to have to take the long way around as this is going to allow Weiwei to drop this Rift Herald and do a lot of damage to this mid lane tower.
Yeah, they're looking to try and really siege down this mid lane tower. Unfortunately, though, they get actually they get full three plates. So surprisingly, they were able to get that third right afterwards. However, they aren't able to quite finish off that turret. Do believe it is just really important that they break that mid lane tower early on. It just opens up Mole to really take control of the map. And it looks like Bubu and Weiwei looking to make a play in this bottom lane. They have the Ornn ultimate to engage from quite a long ways. And in
Ooh.
combination with that Ashe ultimate, they definitely could go for that pick.
Yeah, they decide against it, realizing that the rest of the map is already being kind of stripped clean by RNG with their attempt on the bottom side of the map. They did end up grabbing the dragon for themselves, so that's 2 dragons over to V5, who are looking pretty good so far. They gave up that early first blood, which, to be fair, wasn't exactly their fault. Well, the Scry's Bloom just narrowly missing Shalong Bao ended up, yeah, causing an overextension from PB God and Sam D, which end up in their death. But beyond that, they've been incredibly stable so far this game, maybe making some very smart plays around the map and are looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, and for Victory 5, it's really about hitting that mid game in a safe manner, and it looks like they're about to do that pretty well here. They've hit their first core items on pretty much everyone, and this is where they start to hit the ground running. Mole with this Luden's Echo, once he has that completed Sork boots, that's when he's really going to be in control. Sam D also about to hit his Blade of the Rune King, and they've got inside positioning on to this mid lane tower. Xiaohu will be able to clear out the minion waves, but now it just comes down to finding pockets of vision, trying to get jungle control, and then it really taking off with this Zoe pick.
Yeah, we're seeing the very heavy investment of vision on the bottom side of the map here from V5 as looks like they want to fight around this area as we do have the bubble landing onto the Lee Sin. Ming is going to stand in the way as Xiao, who is wanting to get an engagement. They do
Okay.
end up using the Riptide, but the teleport coming in from Bubu is going to dissuade all of that from going any further. But with everyone here from the side of V5 making their way towards the mid lane, looks like they want to try and break down this mid lane tower, but they're just not all there and just didn't have enough minions for them to actually push that one down. But it's just a matter of when, not a matter of if, because that is a very low tower. It's not going to take too much for them to be able to knock that down.
Yeah, it really isn't going to take too much effort to finish that off. But for RNG, they do have pretty solid wave clear here, and you don't necessarily have the best siege at the moment, especially with Sam D just hanging around in the spot side. But I do like the setup here so far because it just
Ooh.
allows Sam D to continue to farm up, make sure he hits that one item power spike in a safe manner. And
Yeah,
against the Ezreal, sure, the 2 items is going to hit really hard, but the 1 item definitely still in favor for that Ashe.
yeah, and we're seeing just one of the big differences between the Ezreal and the Ashe, and that is in the wave clear and just pushing pressure coming out of these two champions. And also with a lot of the presence of V5 on the bottom side of the map, Betty having to play incredibly cautious and very respectful of where the rest of V5 could be. We saw Slippy Trouble Bubbles flying over walls and Betty having to get out of there, unless he just died to some random spell being thrown across the walls from a different area code. So that just gives up all of the positioning over to V5. They take down the mid tower, they take down the bottom tower, and that's just a whole bunch more gold coming into the pockets of V5 just in time for a potential dragon fight.
Yeah, not only is that extra gold coming into their pockets, but they just will also be able to get a lot of bonus access after this dragon fight, and the fact that they are able to just control that bottom half of the jungle. As V5, they're looking to get this early positioning, maybe retake some of this vision control here. Sam D now in the mid lane. This is where you want your Ashe, especially knowing that it is that Ashe versus Ezreal matchup. You mentioned it before, the Ashe will always have priority. And that certainly is the case. However, on the top side, now that he has his Tiamat, now he gets to start asserting his exerting his will against Bubu as far as wave control goes. And Rift Herald pop mid is just really to get that extra burst of wave priority in the mid lane.
Yeah, and it also does draw a lot of V5 away as Mole does end up popping over the wall as
Okay.
Betty's actually going to get tagged by that one. Didn't really see how that one managed to land as Dredgeline does land onto him, but not able to keep him there as a lot of damage is coming through on both sides. Oh, a great manages to land it onto him even after the shift in positioning. Says here comes a bunch of rams being thrown left, right, and center. Ming takes a lot of damage, is going to get taken down as Weiwei is trying to chase down Xiaohu as he does manage to dash out of there as a lot of damage was put down onto both sides, but it is going to be V5 getting the kill and then retaking position around this dragon.
Yeah, and that kill really just comes down to the fact that that hook that he landed onto Mole, as it looks like they want to try and find another
New
kill.
goes in and just gets killed immediately. That was a really strange decision there from New. Sure, he has the Triforce, he has some damage to work with, but there were 5 members of V5 there. I don't know what the call was there.
I think the call was to try and get yourself out of the sticky situation.
Actually, Xiaolong Bao just gets absolutely detonated by Mole and Biubiu under that tower, so everything's just looking up V5 right now.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, Mole, once he gets that Sork boots, that's when he's going to start to pop off. And what do you know? He has Sork boots here. And really, this fight comes down, you see Ming jump in, and he takes so much damage. And the reason why is the fact that he landed the hook onto Mole right before the full-on team fight happened, so he actually lost his aftershock proc, and without the extra resistances onto that, when he goes in the second time, he's an absolute balloon. He just pops.
Yeah, it was very squishy. We saw how much damage he took, managing to get finished off by that Ash arrow. And yeah, that wasn't too great of a fight there for RNG. They do have some opportunities and some scaling opportunities as we get later and later in this game, thanks to the Ezreal. There's always the opportunity for some stolen ultimate or a Wukong flank to really change up some of these fights. But the way it's looking so far, V5 have controlled all of these fights from start to finish. Mole being incredibly influential with their use of vision, making it incredibly difficult for RNG to really just step anywhere safely without just copping a whole bunch of damage or just straight up dying. So being very aware of where Mole is on the map is going to be vital for RNG survival. They know where he is right now, but once we get into a next objective fight, who knows where he's going to be? And with the next one being an Ocean Soul, you really cannot let V5 get one of those.
Yeah, and V5 just already it's so accelerated. They have three dragons to their name. They've been really good on finding the dragon timings. And in addition, you look at uh, how these items are playing out. They've already hit their two items, and the strong point for RNG on this composition is when you hit that third item, because then the Wukong is going to have one defensive item thrown in. He's going to be durable enough to jump into that backline to start fights if he needs to. And that's also when the Ezreal hits his death dance on top of the two items he already has. And it's really that third item and afterwards that really makes RNG scary against the composition of V5. But they have to get to that point, and if they lose that next Ocean Dragon, you're
Yeah.
not gonna hit there.
Yeah, it's very difficult to imagine them being able to really contest a lot of what V5 want to do if that Ocean Soul does end up going through, regardless of what kind of item spike they're hitting. It's going to be very difficult for RNG to really push through all of that. We're looking at the items on the side of V5. We've got we've got the Loons and the Morellas there for the side of Molly, who's absolutely detonating people left and right if they even step even the slightest bit out of line. We've got the two item spike here for Sam D with that Runaan's now added to the mix, and there's a little bit of damage coming across there from Betty, but it's not meaningful damage at the moment. We need to be seeing it once we get into these team fights or leading up to an objective fight, because right now it's just not really doing too much at the moment.
Yeah, and RNG, they just have to find a way to get to that third item. New is going to be specking into that Death Dance right now. Uh, so he is going to opt to not complete the Tiamat, which is fair enough, since you'd
It does
like
the
to
job on
have
its
this.
own.
Yeah, it's a pretty good standalone item. Don't necessarily need to complete it until you want to really throw yourself into the side lane more.
Mm.
And right now, it doesn't look like that they're focused on pressuring the side waves because of the fact that you have Ocean Soul in
Ooh.
20 seconds.
Ooh, Betty does get hit by that bubble. He's going to be able to get back to safety. His PP God does get a good hook onto Xiaohu. And yeah, coming into this next Ocean Dragon, 10 seconds until it's available. And already V5 are in a perfect position around the river, making it incredibly difficult for RNG to step forward safely. Ming taking a chunk of damage from another paddle star. Here comes another bubble,
Oh,
does land onto the Lee Sin. They're going to land the
okay.
arrow onto him as well. They're going to lock him down immediately. And that is the jungler out of the way. Ming taking so much damage, going to get cleaned up. Yu does manage to get into the back line, but it's not nearly enough as the damage was not coming through from the side of RNG. Xiaohu and Betty are left alive, but what can they really do against this incredible five-man stack coming out of V5?
And the legend of Victory 5, it continues on as it looks like they're going to secure themselves that Ocean Soul. They are just so far ahead with a completed soul. They have a 5,000 gold lead. Eh, you just
Yeah.
can't stop this train right now, Phoenix.
Yeah, it's looking pretty unstoppable for the time being as we see the replay as that's just not fun to verse, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about during draft, right? Post draft, just talking about, well, the Lee Sin's great during the early game, but what
Mm.
if he doesn't find those kills in the early game? Sure, he found one, but then he hit mid game, and in that fight, what did you see? Well, he saw a lot of unfun.
Yeah.
He just did not get to play the video game as he gets hit by a trouble bubble, forcing him to jump away. And then the follow up Ash Arrow just means there's no counterplay for him.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that's incredibly powerful about this combination that V5 has is that their engagement is incredibly non-committal. They can throw out bubbles without putting themselves at risk. Whereas on the other side, you look at the Lee Sin, the Silas, the Wukong,
Oh,
and also Ming, who does manage to get flayed out of the way of that arrow back to safety. But yeah, like all of the engagement coming out of RNG, they're putting their bodies on the line to make an engagement. That's not the case for V5, and we're seeing that be a massive difference in these fights.
Yeah, for RNG, when they initiate fights, they are committed. Because you're investing a big flank coming in from Wukong, from Lee Sin, from Silas, or just that engaged power coming in with the aftershock from this Nautilus. And once they're in, there's not too many options of them to get out. And
No.
it's going to be Baron started up here. They aren't going to actually commit
Ooh.
to it, even though I definitely think that they could have committed
Yeah,
since
it's a bit of a
they
strange option for them to pull off the barrier. Yes, New is going to get a lot of damage down on this bottom side. Even going to take a tower for themselves, but it seemed like V5 had a really good position around the Baron, just in the river in general, with a lot of supporting fire, just to keep the rest of RNG away. But no, they decide to pull off that. And to be fair, they are in complete control of the game for the most part. So playing it cautiously, not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, and for RNG, right now, this composition just kind of has to play really smoke and mirrors with the fact that you have Wukong, who is definitely stronger than the Ornn in the 1v1 right now, and then you also have Zhao, who is getting stronger. Unfortunate for them, it's really hard for them to play side lanes because of the fact that you have Nautilus and you have Lee Sin. They are not the best disengaged champions, and
No.
this is also why I really wanted that Yumi pick to come through, because then you would have that engage but also
Mhm.
disengage power of that champion. And now here comes the Baron,
Ooh.
and I think this could just be it.
Yeah, this could be how this game ends. The Baron's going very low. Lee Sin doesn't even get into the pit. It was not even in the river by the time that
Oh, they're
went down. A
split.
great engagement there coming out from New. They do manage to take down the Ash, and Pipigod is going to be the next one to go down. That's two taken out from the side of RNG and V5. They'll take the Baron. They'll get three of them back to safety, but not sure he would have wanted to give up two kills like that. It was a little bit awkward in the way that they tried to escape from the pit, but still, three Baron buffs that they can work with. Not too bad for V5.
Yeah, their exit plan wasn't quite there. Definitely a little bit disjointed there. But they were still able to come out ahead, being able to get that Baron buff, and only dropping two members is still a solid win. And more importantly, they maintain the Baron buffs onto the solo lanes, which means that he definitely can just hold off New in this side lane with these extra Baron minions. And New is just going to really struggle. His one option was to just win side lane and push into their base, and now that option has been pretty much taken away.
Yeah, it's always a bit of an awkward situation when there's one strategy that you're really insistent on playing around, just all of a sudden just doesn't really work anymore. You want to be playing on this side lane, all of a sudden that just doesn't work, just due to the circumstances of the game. And yeah, this Ornn is starting to really become a real nuisance, a real brick wall, as Shangbao does manage to avoid this Sleepy Trouble Bubble. That probably would have been a death, as New does end up using the decoy to dodge out from a paddle star coming out of Mole, but that's just not going to stop another paddle star from being thrown left, right, and center. It's very difficult for RNG to just stick to the tower, and they need to be able to break this siege, because all of these skills that's being thrown across the walls, all it takes is just one for them to land, and someone's going to die. The tower does go down, and with the Baron buff still on these members of V5, it looks like they want to just break the base completely, as the tower takes a lot of damage, as they do just cleanly take care of this tower. New is, he's there. It was Silas that was not there. Xiaohu coming in eventually, as they do get the lockdown. They do have a good engagement there, but the arrow straight into the face of New is going to completely deny the flanking engagement there from the Wukong, and they are able to back themselves away from that, which could have been a bit of a dangerous situation there for V5, but they are just going to pull back, wait for another wave, and clean up this inhibitor. New trying to find an angle to come in from the side, but V5 are having absolutely none of it. The inhibitor almost going down, finally gets removed thanks to the minions, and that's a good opportunity for them to back away towards the dragon. Sorry.
Yeah, and I mean, for the Victory 5, it's really easy for them to just have Baron and push through because of the fact you look at the wave clear. There is no wave clear. Phoenix, there is no wave clear
Oh
on
yeah.
RNG. When they come in with Baron buff, it is just all right. Well, I guess we just concede everything. They have to find fights, otherwise they cannot hold on. And with Elder Dragon about to fall down, I don't even know if they can fight.
Or the fight is going to
This is
begin
just a
as
game.
we do have one person in. Ming is just going to get detonated before the rest of the team can do anything about this. As V5, they do grab themselves the Elder, and they're going to use these big old siege minions to they're just going to push into the base now of RNG. They are looking incredibly powerful. They have all the items they need. Oh, a great trouble ball goes onto the face of Xiaohu across the walls as we do have the engagement there from New. He's going to knock up multiple members, but there's no one around to do the damage as they are just going to get detonated as these Nexus towers are going to get slowly whittled away. Well, not even slowly for that matter, as the Ornhorn comes out from the side of Xiaohu. It's not going to do anything as Mole just removes Xiaolongbao from the equation. The next tower is going to be taken down as well. The Nexus is exposed. The damage is coming through. Not nearly enough coming out from RNG. Betty trying his best from the backside, but it's not nearly enough. Just way, way behind the clock. And that first game, it looked like it was an alright start there from RNG, but V5 turn it around completely. And as we're talking about it, Nightstar, once they hit that mid-game, they are just so incredibly well controlled in the way these team fights, the objective control, just very intelligent plays coming out from V5.
Yeah, and it really was a compositional difference in that game with the fact that Lee Sin.
Yeah.
We saw if we compared Lee Sin picks in the LPL compared to other regions, we did see that Lee Sin was finding success. However, it looks like LPL is starting to catch up to other regions and how ineffective the pick does play out towards that mid to late game. It really is mostly a tool against things like the Kennen and the Wukong, who come in with these big explosive teamfight ultimates and you boot them away. But when you're not up against that, you don't have anything to do. And when you try and make a play, you just eat so much CC.
Yeah, it was just in the jungle matchup, going up against the Graves. You want to be the aggressor when you're playing the Lee Sin. The Graves was not allowing that. Wei was the aggressor. He was invading the Lee Sin's jungle, was making it very difficult. Sure, the first blood did go down onto Xiaolongbao, but that didn't really amount to all that much. It was just essentially a non-factor, as you were saying. It's like you need to get the lanes ahead, but it wasn't nearly enough, and also just kind of fell into obscurity for a lot of that. Looking at the damage, it's not a great number there for Xiaolongbao. Where we look, Betty was outputting a lot of damage, but it wasn't nearly enough. It wasn't at the right time. Sure, there was a lot of damage that's being thrown across thanks to some great true shot barrages, but it wasn't in these big team fights where V5 were coming out on top time and time again.
Yeah, and this is one of those times where you look at the Ezreal pick and you see the damage charts and you just feel like the impact wasn't there. Sure, he was outputting a lot of damage, but it didn't feel like it was onto the right targets, and it didn't feel like it was coming around at the right times. It was a lot of chip damage. It was a lot of trying to force them off of objectives. But when you get early Ocean Soul, you just can't be. You just don't care. You don't care.
You just take the shot and then just like regen it all in next to no time at all. So yeah, it was really unfortunate. Well, Betty trying his hardest just wasn't nearly enough. As we see some of the highlights, this was that first blood that did go down onto Xiaolongbao, but yeah, beyond that, it was just all V5 in this game.
Yeah, and great, just with how much CC they had, it was just so difficult for any one member of RNG to find that dream initiation. Because once they used those initiation tools, the counter engage was just that much better. And we get to see Mole really take off in that fight, and this is
Oh,
the key one,
yeah.
because this was for Ocean Soul. He just creeps up. He has no way to actually access that, and great vision control in that area as well, because you force them in a scenario where they don't want to contest, but because it's Ocean Soul, they have to walk up. And this was
Yeah.
really the only opportunity that RNG found a positive trade for them, and even then was rough.
Yeah, and there's one thing you mentioned with when it comes to vision control coming out of V5. From a very early stage in this game, they set out to control that entire bottom jungle of RNG, and we saw how Mole was able to utilize that with the Zoe, just absolutely running a clinic with the Zoe, just making their lives miserable as Zoes tend to do if they're able to essentially have a free lane, because the Silas, yeah, you can steal some ultimates, you can detonate some people if you're in the right situations, but Xiaohu just wasn't ever able to really do anything with the Silas. He was put behind in the lane. It was not the best of lanes. He was ganked multiple times, and he wasn't really able to turn it around.
Yeah, and they just didn't have those engage tools that allowed them to kind of fish for engages. The only real ability to fish for an engage would have been Xiaohu taking an Ashe ultimate, or maybe taking the Ornn ultimate and then playing off of that. But beyond that, you just saw them really flounder around. After they started out a lot of team fights with their own engages, they realized very quickly that it wasn't advantageous for them to try and start the fights. But then they just kind of ended up waiting around, and the flip side didn't work either, where they were waiting to counterpunch because they just got hit right in the chin by the haymaker.
Yeah, there were some strong punches. So yeah, for RNG in that composition, once they got to that stage, it was a damned if you do, damned if you don't. It was not the ideal situation for them, as Mole is going to get the MVP for this game. Rightly so. We saw how incredibly impactful that Zoe was coming out of the Victory 5 mid laner. And well, coming into the next draft, what do you expect RNG to do? What kind of adaptation do you think RNG needs to make?
I think it really comes down to putting Xiaohu on some sort of initiation mid, because we know that Shaolin Ball just doesn't want to play those types of champions, doesn't want to play the engaged champions, isn't really a Trundle player, but that could be the call in this game number 2.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. We are going to go to a quick break, but don't go too far away, because game 2 between Victory 5 and RNG will be up after the break.
Chat, I just want to point something out. We have a banger playing right now. Absolutely insane. I'm just going to say right now, Muzz off Monster Cat is actually mint. It's insane. Listen, this is just me screwing around with the green screen because I can.
look into my eyes, I know I'm yours. All you want is to see me down and begging on the floor. Don't stop moving 'cause I like it. You choose me just right. I'm never backing down, never knowing when to stop. I won't turn my back on you. So love's the only one I know. Just one more chance is all I need. I'll lift you up and set you free. I will take you. Don't know if I'm really gonna make it, but I tried. I don't know if you really feel like I do. Losing my objective slowly out of sight. Just tell me how to make it right for you. Oh, I won't turn my back on you. Don't you even wonder what this ever could have been? Every time you stood by me, I just won't see. Don't stop moving 'cause I like the way that you use me just right. I'm never backing down, never knowing when to stop.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the unofficial English broadcast of the LPL. I'm Geo Phoenix. With me still is Nightstar as we're coming into Game 2 between V5 and RNG. And Nightstar, Game 1 looked very powerful for V5. Could we see a 2-0?
The legend keeps writing itself. This has been an incredible bounce back split. Sure, you can say that, well, the roster is completely different. We shouldn't expect the same things, but it's still the same management. And the only returning player is Bull. And it's not like they signed a bunch of people that are out of this world. It's been like Biu and Weiwei have been the only players that were added that had previous LPL experience, and even then it wasn't like they had a whole lot to show for it. But now you get these 5 players together, and what an incredible bounce back split.
Yeah, and it's not so much the results themselves, but how they managed to get them, because we saw in game 1, they just looked incredibly controlled, and it has been, that's how they've been getting a lot of their wins so far. The split is through just great team play from the mid to late game, and they've just, as you mentioned, they just put this team together, just weren't really expecting too much out of it, but now they're looking to go 5-1 over the first bunch of weeks here in this split, and to get a 2-0 over RNG, that would be massive for them in terms of just morale.
Yeah, not to mention it just really legitimizes them as a team in the playoff numbers. As we do see New actually getting subbed out from for 705. 705 was a player we did see on the Jingdong roster when Zoom was out, and Crying comes in. This is a really exciting player swap because it means that they're going to get a lot more of that late game damage power from Crying rather than just more of the team fight and initiation power from Xiaohu.
Yeah, we kind of know what to expect out of Xiaohu by this point, where like, and especially in the whole RNG machine, it's like we're kind of used to what kind of results we're getting out of Xiaohu. It didn't really work out in game 1. A lot of things just didn't fall in his favor, but with this double substitution, I'm very interested to see how that's going to shake this one up in game 2. We're into the picks and bans for game number 2, V5. Now onto the blue side, starting off with a ban to LeBlanc and Renekton. Meanwhile, on the side of RNG, taking away the Varus and also the Syndra. The final 2 bans are going to be the Callista, and the final one, do we see the Aphelios ban that we saw in game 1 out of V5, or do they go elsewhere?
Yeah, I would assume that RNG end up just handshaking it and allowing both the Ezreal and the Aphelios to come through and just at least securing one of them for themselves, as it will be the Zoe ban. So making sure Mole doesn't get his hands onto this pick. And I think for Victory 5, they're definitely fine with that. It will be a much different matchup in this mid lane because Xiaohu won't be in the roster.
Yeah.
But I think that Victory 5 are definitely still very comfortable.
Yeah, and we did see the Aphelios first pick there for V5, and on the other side, RNG looking to pick up the Ornn. So we saw how powerful Biu was on it and how impactful in his rotations around the map he was. So taking that away from V5, that's a very good pick there for RNG, and they're even going to grab the Graves for themselves, realizing that Weiwei was, as we spoke before the break, just dominating the early game in terms of just pressure when it comes to the 2 junglers. So RNG wanting to really turn it on its head.
And they're looking to take away some of those power picks, but V5, they still will be able to get themselves a Trundle, which I think is a pretty solid substitute. Because of the fact that you're going to be able to get resistances off of the Ornn, and also you're going to be able to run around just trying to apply a lot of early game pressure, and Weiwei has been able to execute on those win conditions, as Ezreal, as expected, does get locked in for Betty.
Yeah, just safely locking that in now before the next round of bans. As we are coming into those, it is going to be the Mordekaiser taken away by RNG, Karma by V5, as it looks like it's going to be more towards the top side of the map that RNG are wanting to apply a little bit of their focus when it comes to the bans, getting rid of the Mordekaiser, not really wanting that 1v1 or just the later game influence that the Mordekaiser can have in some of these team fights. Maybe ban away the Wukong as that big pick up there in the top lane might be the option, but it is going to be the Galio that they remove.
Going to be taking away the Galio, of course, is a pretty solid pick for Mole. Has only put in 1 game of work onto it, but now that he has this team around him, he's been more willing to play more of those supportive champions, like the set mid, like the Galio, where you're not the hyper carry for that team. And the last ban of Nautilus against RNG really just tells you that they haven't looked for a lot of these enchanter supports, even though it makes a lot of sense to lock in this Yumi. If
Yeah.
Ming doesn't, I'm gonna be disappointed.
Yeah, well, I mean, now that it's gone through the ban phase, it is opportunity to save it for the last pick, if necessary, if they wanted to find something with a bit more priority. But they do want to leave Krine's pick for the very end of this draft, so it is just going to be the Ezreal Yumi in that bottom side of the map. And now we look towards how V5 are going to finish off their lineup. Saw the hover on the Kayle. We have seen a few of them here and there, and against something like the Ornn, that is a matchup that you can just work. You can just scale off, and it is going to scale in a similar manner to, say, the Kassadin, that will just, once you hit that late game stage, it can win games on its own. So that looks like it will go to the side of Biubiu. And or are we going to get it? Yeah, are we going to get the tank fiddle? But this would be potentially blind coming out of Mole. So he's giving the head. He's nodding his head. He wants it. It is going to be the fiddlesticks. Oh boy, this is going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, and so I actually think Fiddlesticks is really, really good as a blind pick because of I mean, he just doesn't take damage. You can't get this man out of lane. He's just such an immovable object. You need layers of CC. The TF is one way to do it, to try and get those picks. But with Aftershock, it's still really hard to kill the Fiddlesticks. So I think mostly what you're looking for out of this TF is to play towards these side lanes.
Yeah.
You have the Ornn in the top side. It is just a Kayle in that top lane matchup, which means that she is vulnerable. Once she gets to that level 16, level 11 breakpoints, then she starts hitting like a truck. But before then, definitely able to find picks on that champion. And really, it's going to be RNG just trying to play the map a little more than they did last game.
Yeah, because if they don't, if they kind of play it a little bit too passively, there's a ticking time bomb on that other side with that Kayle. They cannot let that just be on its own, and this fiddle is gonna make things very, very weird in this mid lane. As you mentioned, the tank build, you just don't kill him. He's just an inevitability in that lane. He's just going to just clear the waves and then just be a nuisance. And we even saw Betty switching over his summoner over to the cleanse, realizing that with all that crowd control coming in from the other side, definitely want to be able to get out of some of that, the fear out of Fiddlesticks, just the hook coming out of PP God. Who we didn't really mention too much, but the Thresh again for PP God had an incredible game in game one.
Yeah, had a really solid impact. His lanterns were on point. And I think, I mean, he certainly lives up to the second half of his name. He's really been a godsend for this team. Just being able to call the shots, initiate a lot of plays. Sure, some of that's been on the Bard, but on the Thresh, it's been absolutely wonderful to watch. And as we go into game number 2, we'll have to see if V5 can just end it with the 2-0.
Already get a little bit of aggression there. That's the surprise party fiddle, huh?
That's I haven't seen.
It's been a while since I've seen the surprise party fiddle.
Yeah,
It looks...
I mean, it looks a lot different before.
It does a little bit. Well, to be fair, fiddles just in general is very different in terms of thematic. It's much more horror themed. Oh god, I remember looking at that.
I can't wait for
the announcement trailer of the remake. That thing was terrifying.
I was absolutely terrified.
Like, what the
people
hell?
wanted me to watch on stream, and I'm like, I can't. I just cannot watch this trailer. I hate horror. And
I li-
that was like a thing of nightmares.
I like horror, but it messes me up as we see how a lot of this lane's going to be. It's just Mulder standing there, just drain tanking everything, crying, just trying to clear out the waves. For a lot of the early part of this game, as you mentioned, get to level 6 and then impact the rest of the map. You will be able to. There are targets elsewhere that look pretty satisfying for crying to go towards, like this Kale in the top lane. V5 that Twitch live phone. I think we have some favorites here. Look at this. It's like Moses is going to stand there, and if Cryan doesn't get out of there, he's just going to take a whole bunch of damage that he can't really turn back all that much. This is obnoxious.
I mean, well, Mole is basically doing what Opal's doing right now. He's just standing there, pointing at the Twitch chat, just wondering why are you not voting for V5? That's basically what he's doing.
And yeah, and that's another thing with Fiddlesticks. He does have these scarecrows that just you get free wards. What's not to
Yep.
love?
Yeah, and I mean the cooldown on those things is just so short come mid to late game that you just get so much coverage. I think the kit is just a little bit overtuned.
Yeah, I mean, if you can do a tank build and still just
yeah, any
do this
full
kind of thing.
tank mid laner, there's something you gotta re-examine that champion. Like the full tank set, you know, you look at that and you're kind of you understand, like you understand
Mm.
that you're trying to get in the back line, you're trying to initiate, but you can still get punished, right? But this Fiddlesticks is an immovable object.
Yeah, like every now and then you have a gold card to hit him with, but look at that. He just drains. He's back to full health. It's like the only thing that is seemingly limiting Mole is potentially mana, which as we get later into the game, I'm going to
He'll
assume
have
it's not
blue
going to be
buff.
much of an issue. Yeah, he'll have blue buff. He'll have a whole bunch of items to help out with that. Even though we have been focusing primarily on this mid lane and this obnoxious Fiddlesticks, on this bottom side of the map, we're seeing already SamMD and PP God having a very good start to this laning phase, putting the pressure forward, making it very hard for Betty and Ming. But that is one of the things that we kind of expect out of this lane. The Aphelios and the Thresh being the aggressors early on, with the Azumi not really being able to do much of anything until much later into the game.
Yeah, for that Yumi Ezreal, it really just comes down to making sure you get a couple, get your levels in, make sure that Betty gets his Sheen there as well, and then you can start really trying to siege out against this duo. But until then, of course, the all-in or the poke isn't enough, and the all-in potential is definitely a much higher threat from the V5 duo. But I mean, the observer really knows what's up by
Yeah.
just pretty much only watching the Fiddlesticks lane so far.
Yeah.
And really, it's been an amazing lane. We see Mole just pressing W nonstop.
Yeah, and this combination of the Aphelios and the Thresh, we talk about how, well, the Aphelios is rather immobile, and that is one of the things he gives up. The Thresh kind of covers that with the Lantern, so as long as Pippi God is in the right position, he's going to be able to get him back to safety. As we do have an engagement here on the mid lane. The gold card does go down onto Mole as they're doing a lot of damage, but there it goes. It's all back to full health. Cryan takes a lot of damage in response. The gold card is there, but they are going to just get absolutely removed from the fight. Oh, that is just obnoxious to watch. They did everything right there, RNG, but nah, he's just going to drain tank. That was obnoxious.
Oh. Coming to a solo queue near you.
Oh, that is just... You
yeah,
hate to see it.
I mean, it does better. It's the better Galio right now, but now RNG making the
Ooh, here we
move
go.
as they should with a level 6 TF.
Yeah, they do use the gate and the Destiny. This lockdown is there, and it's actually going to be Cryan that gets that. All of the setup there from Cryan and Shellingbao, and also 705. That's what we need to be seeing much more out of RNG. Don't bother with this mid lane. We saw what Mole's able to do when he sent multiple people there. Just able to be a big old nuisance. 705 is... Oh, God, that's just so... I hate watching that. Oh, he's out of mind. So that's the one saving grace. But we need to see more of that kind of play out of RNG. Go to the side lanes. Just ignore this Fiddlesticks for as long as possible.
Yeah, this Fiddlesticks is going to do what he does, and that's press W on the wave, make the wave disappear, and wonder why are you still mid.
Yeah.
And
It's like-
I mean, he's level 7, so he's been able to pick up that entire wave that Bubu did end up losing because he did die on that dive. And I- as I was going, as I was trying to say earlier, Fiddlesticks is just the better Galio right now because you don't need to wait uh, to use your ultimate. You don't have to wait for a teammate to get in position. You can just go. And also, when it comes to being immovable in lane, the Fiddlesticks just does it 30 times better.
Yeah, the sustainability in the kit is definitely something that puts Fiddlesticks much above it. Oh, does manage to get the bump up. And now, it's actually going to be Way that grabs it. So, a slight relief
Tragedy.
there for RNG, but I'm not sure it's going to be too much of a hindrance there for Mole. He does have the Shroud there, so there's a bit more mana, a bit more armor, but not really too much to really write home about. This is going to be a big old nuisance there. He's going to just get more and more obnoxious in this lane, and Cryan almost got the fully completed Rod of Ages, will then start to really do some damage in these side lanes.
Yeah, and you can tell how much he doesn't care about this lane with the fact that he's built a Glacial Shroud
Yeah.
into an AP matchup.
Yeah, I mean, sure, why not? I mean,
Yeah.
Cryan has already showed that he doesn't want to be in that lane. I mean, and I don't blame him for that. It just doesn't feel good. TF Ultimate isn't up for another little bit. It's almost up, but with Shelling Bell on the top side, or looking for something towards that KO, but not going to be able to get there as they were revealed by Award. And Cryan smacks him point blank with the blue card and does literally nothing because of the amount of health gained back there by the Fiddlesticks. And meanwhile, on this bottom side, it's still just a little bit more pain here for Betty and Ming, as a lot of tower plates have been taken down. Mole is coming towards this bottom
here he
side of the map.
comes.
And even Weiwei is going to insert themselves into this bottom lane. They need to remove themselves from the premises. This is not going to go well for them. They are starting to back themselves away, understanding throwing the pings down into this side of the jungle. That is not a very safe place to be. So they just back themselves away and essentially just give up this opening tower here on the bottom side of the map. And Sam D is going to get a nice cash injection early on into this game.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get that tower gold. If he's able to get it for himself, that would be really, really good. But I think the Thresh is going to take away some of it. Actually, it does not. So that's actually a huge cash injection for that Aphelios. And we're back to watching mid lane. Mole, the power of this Fiddlesticks also is he can still make those bot lane or top lane dives as you would see from the Galio. He just doesn't necessarily gap close that fast because of course he has to hoof it all the way over there, whereas Galio just kind of gets halfway there and uses the R button to catch up the rest of the way. But this Fiddlesticks is still looking to be a worse off TF in these side lanes, but he's just that much better of a champion when he's going head to head to the TF.
Yeah, just in the lane themselves, the Fiddlesticks is just going to come out on top because it's able to sustain off the waves, sustain off Cryan himself, and then just move on with their life. Cryan still able to clear out a bunch of waves and then try and influence the rest of the map, but doesn't necessarily have the sustain. So that is going to be one of those kind of detracting factors in the matchup, but is going to be much more mobile around the map. Sure, the teleport is there on Mole, but well, Crane could just get out there. It's like, oh, the Fiddlesticks does come in, but he's able to flash away from that. And that is the first Crow Storm we've seen of the game, and doesn't get too much. He does get a flash, and pretty much opens up the potential dragon as Crane does come in.
no.
As a great last chapter, manages to pick up PP God, and they're even going to get in onto Mole. The exhaust is there. They're going to be able to knock him up, and they just demolish this Fiddlesticks. That's all it takes. You just use all 5 members to take care of the Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, in this RNG composition, you see there's a vast difference in this composition than they had in game number 1, where they have the engage power, but they don't have to necessarily commit to it. Whereas last time, when they went in, they were in it. But here you have the range engage from the Ornn, from the TF, and even from the Yuumi. So if the first engage doesn't work out there, you can just walk away, or you can then layer on the next one. And for V5, they don't necessarily have that luxury this game as well. So it feels a little bit of a composition flip here, where a V5, if they're in it, they're in it.
Oh yeah, they just need to survive essentially for a decent amount of this game, because even though there are 3 kills over to the side of RNG, the gold is still in favor of V5. A couple of towers, the extra one goes over to the Kale, which is very important for the side of V5. Both of their hyperscaling carries have been able to get tower gold for themselves, as Ming is now in a really bad spot. Yeah, that is a really bad spot for the Yuumi to be. That's going to be a very free kill, and that is going to go over to Sam D. So that's yet another cash injection there for the Aphelios. They're going to do a decent amount of damage to this mid lane tower once that extra plate, but they're not able to get it just yet. The wave clear is just a little bit too good, as we now see a bit of a coming together of the junglers, and they put up just a big old wall between them to make sure that they can't actually engage on them in any way, shape, or form. The tower does lose that plate, and they get out back to safety. And V5, even though they did lose a couple of those kills, still pretty okay with this.
Yeah, they're definitely okay with where they are at here. They have the late game scaling in the Philios, in the Kale, and their mid game isn't too bad with the fact that they have this champion called Fiddlesticks, and Fiddlesticks is going to be really good as a tool to get aggressive Kale ultimates, as we see the plate distribution, a lot of it going onto the Kale, a lot of it also going onto the Philios. So
800 gold worth of plates. That is,
yeah,
a lot of that is the difference in the gold that we're seeing right now. Sure, the kills came through over to the side of RNG, but a lot of plates and the towers going over to V5 is essentially the swing factor that we're seeing right now. And it looks like there's another Rift Herald available, and it looks like RNG want to be able to get on top of that. They are going to take it reasonably low, but V5 are coming into the river. The Destiny has been used to make sure that they have good vision of V5, and that causes them to just back themselves away. They don't, now that they know where everything is, they don't want to go in after that, as they just throw everything in the kitchen sink, but they miss. Mole is going to take a little bit of damage and is going to be locked down a bit. The teleport does come through from Bew. As 705 is now separated from the rest of the team. Does manage to flash over the wall, and that is going to signal the end of this fight, but it does give priority over to V5 in this mid lane.
Yeah, V5 are going to be able to just shove straight down mid lane here. They are going to have the advantage. And it looks like the side of RNG, they've kind of accepted that mid lane turret loss, and instead they're going to try and trade out with that Rift Herald on that top side. Maybe go for 2, but it doesn't look like both members are committed to that push. So all in all, sure, you get the Rift Herald, but using it immediately, you don't have turret place to get off of it. You still have to favor V5 in that trade.
Yeah, we've seen just how influential that mid lane tier 1 tower can be when it comes to just establishing control around objectives, and that is just open up a lot of the map there for V5 to utilize coming into the next objective fight. We've got 50 seconds left before the next dragon is available. It's going to be a cloud dragon, which I think both teams would be pretty happy to have, but with both teams resetting. It's going to be a bit of a scuffle to see who is going to be able to set up better around the dragon.
Yeah, and then if you have to talk about what this or who this Cloud Soul ends up favoring, I would have to say that getting triple Cloud to get to that Cloud Soul probably ends up favoring the side of RNG a lot more because they have the ability to just engage with the Ornn ultimate and with the Twisted Fate ultimate. And if you just have it 30% more often, it's going to be 30% more lethal for the side of a Victory 5 to just walk up at any range.
All right, so we do have the fight already. Well, at least the dragon already started here from RNG, but we do have
Mole?
V5 coming in from multiple angles. They do spot them out and they go in immediately onto Mole. They don't get the lockdown immediately as they end up turning and
Oh, here he comes.
readjusting. The dragon does go down. It goes over to the side of V5 and the fight has already started. Look at all the damage coming out of V5. The Velios enters the game, picks up a couple of kills for
God.
themselves, and that is a very healthy V5 looking right there. As the rest of RNG, they have to go back.
Yeah, and this is just what happens when you invest all that gold from the turret plating, from the solo turret gold as well. And I mean, he even has a pretty solid CS lead. And at 18 minutes, he has the Infinity Edge along with what will be a Runans once he bases after that double kill. And at 18 minutes, 2 items, that's a pretty juicy power spike in comparison to an Ezreal who should already be at that point.
Oh yeah, as we come into this fight, we saw just the kind of split decisions there from RNG wanting to go towards Mole on that first thing. Look at the damage coming out of V5 once they really fully engage.
Yeah, and you just see right there, it's an Aphelios just vomiting damage when he has that Infernum.
Yeah, and now that he, as you mentioned, does have the Rune's Hurricane and even has enough money to splurge on a QSS, which is going to be incredibly important. And it's also going to slightly dissuade Cryan from engaging onto the Aphelios, which is something you want to engage on the Aphelios. You want to just demolish them so that they can't do all of their ridiculous damage. But the QSS is going to make that much more difficult.
And he's just so far ahead. Could it get caught out here?
I don't think those two are enough. There is an Executioner's Calling there now for the side of RNG on Xiang Bao, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. To be quite honest, the Spirit Visage is there for the Fiddlestick, so he's just sustaining indefinitely, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I think they were waiting to maybe see if Crying wanted to pull his talents all the way up into the top side, but it looked like he was pretty comfortable with where he was, and now he's going to be shoving out this bottom lane here. And for RNG, it comes to really playing off of picks. Being really aggressive with these TF ultimates, and if picks don't work out, they do have a solid fallback plan in playing these side lanes for now, because of the fact that Bubu isn't quite that terrifying yet. He will be in another, I would say, 8 minutes. Opal?
He's just checking out the vision wards there for the side of V5, but they're just sitting in the inventory there. I was like, what's he doing?
Opal? As Colonel has also put his seal of approval on Victory 5 getting this 2-0. And I mean,
it's looking very much likely as V5. They've gotten past the hump in this game where they were theoretically their weakest because of the scaling style of this comp with the Aphelios, with the Kale. That's something you want to ramp up to, but they've gotten past that point, and they're actually in a pretty good position now. They are going to make their way towards the Baron, and with all of those vision wards, they're able to set up incredibly well and make it much more dangerous for them to push into. But just to deny all of that, the Destiny coming out of Twisted Fate is just going to reveal where everyone is of the side of V5, and that just forces them all to back away.
Yeah, it's going to force them off there. And for RNG, that's also another benefit you are going to get off of something like the Twisted Fate, and just being able to safely check some of these objectives. Last time around, they had to walk into those pockets of dead vision, but here they are going to be able to use Crying and his ultimate. Sure, it's a kind of a lengthy cooldown to invest into just scouting out to see if they are
Yeah.
onto the Baron buff, but it is at least going to allow them to do so without risking their lives.
Yeah, as we get later and later into this game, the cooldown of that is going to go a little bit lower for the side of the Twisted Fate. So eventually they could be a little bit more liberal with it. I mean, they do have some other options that they can just like throw across to make sure that they are aware of V5's positioning, like the True Shot Barrage, or just throwing out random skills here, there, and everywhere. But yeah, it's not something you want to be using too willy-nilly, because now we have V5 back onto the Baron, and the vision control hasn't been completely cleared out there by V5, but they have a strong enough position that they can feel very safe going forward, as Xiaolong Bao is going to get completely
Gonna
locked
melt.
down and feared away from this Baron. He's trying to get over the wall. He does get in there, but he dies before the Baron gets into a smartable range, and that is going to go over to the side of V5, and now it's a 4v5. And
It's a
they're just gonna-
slaughter.
yeah, that's a very narrow corridor and a lot of damage coming out from the side of RNG, but it wasn't enough. They did end up forcing them back, but they still lose the Baron, lose one member, and they're also going to be losing this Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, the dragon is pretty inconsequential at the moment because it is that third cloud, or a third dragon overall for Victory 5. But for Victory 5, they get themselves a very easy Baron, and it really just comes down to the fact, well, Sam D had the God Guns. He
Oh,
had
yeah.
Crescendum and Severum, and with those two guns, it just annihilates Baron, as Shallow tried to go for the Hail Mary, but unfortunately just didn't time it right. And I mean, he had to try and make the play. It just
Yeah.
didn't happen to fall right for him.
Yeah, the defensive play out of Mole there made it so Xiaolong Bao essentially had to just throw himself regardless of where the Baron was at that time. So it just made it very awkward decision making there from Xiaolong Bao. So really well done there from Victory 5 in the setup and also the execution there of getting that Baron. And now we have to see how RNG try and defend against this, because with the 5 members all having the Baron here for V5, they can play it however they want. They can play it the 5-man stack. They can split up the team and utilize the Baron on multiple ways, and that is what they choose to do. Bubu is going to be on this bottom lane and is actually doing a decent amount of work on the tower, and a decent amount of work onto 705, who you usually expect the Ornn to take a bit of a beating and come back not too bad, but is really starting to hurt from this KO.
Yeah, it
Oh,
really is
actually, we do
starting to
get an
hurt.
engagement down onto Mole, and they're
okay.
going to lock him down immediately. The thresh lane was there, but not able to click it in time. And now here comes
Oh,
PP God
they're
into
going?
the fight. They do have 7MD over the wall, but that's way too far away. And that's going to be 2 kills going over to RNG. Bubu flashes over the wall. The red card does manage to
Okay.
land. Oh, well, that's a good old classic Messiah play if you've ever seen one. But now is in the face of this Aphelios, who just gets absolutely... well, he's online
Aphelios
now.
things.
He's going to get another one. And now Xiaolong Bao just backing away. Does not want to be anywhere near this Aphelios, who is stacked to all hell. Is going to just blast their way through this inhibitor turret and the inhibitor itself. It was a great start to the fight there from RNG, but a bit of an overextension there, I feel, there from Crying. And that could end up just causing the end of this game. V5 are now onto the Nexus Tower, even using the teleport onto the minions, as Xiaolong Bao just takes so much damage just incidentally. It seems the amount of AoE coming out from V5 is it's just bonkers, and they're able to sustain through it so much. A lot of damage down onto the V5 members. They drop so low, but they're able to just blast their way through the towers. Mole is just being a big old nuisance, and they will clean up this Nexus and clean up the 2-0 series.
Mole was an immovable object.
Yeah.
Don't let the 2 deaths fool you, because that champion is disgusting. And it really just came down to the Fiddlesticks pick, being able to hold down mid lane for such a long time, and also the fact that they just funneled gold into Aphelios. This Aphelios was just, I said it before, he just vomited damage.
Yeah, that was disgusting in those late game fights. And I mean, it was a great start to that final fight there from RNG. They managed to get the 2 picks, even getting Mole out of the way, but then they got the KO down real low. But then when Crying goes in, he ports in, all of a sudden there's 3 members there, and then the Aphelios was like, welcome to my world, and then just blast damage left, right, and center. Because a lot of that final fight, the way it played out, the Aphelios wasn't there. And then once he actually enters the fight, it just swings completely in their favor. By that point, Aphelios had the items. The Kayle was stacked up pretty well at that point as well, so they had so much late game damage. Sure, they lost a couple of their members, but they still had way more power than what RNG could really deal with.
Yeah, RNG, it was just a little bit too cooldown reliant, and when you have Crying go into the middle of that fight into a position where the Aphelios could rejoin the fight, because you saw at the beginning of the fight, they were able to pick off Mole, and then PB God goes over the wall, but when he goes over the wall, Aphelios can't follow up. So Aphelios was cut off, and that's why the start of the fight was really good. But then later on, of course, Crying makes the mistake, and we get to see the damage charts. Sam D pumping out the damage. This is peak 300 years or 200 years, not quite the 300 years. Didn't have the Yuumi with him to promote maximum outplay potential, but
I think we're starting to see that the Thresh paired up with the Aphelios is just one of the better options, because we saw how PB God was allowing SMD to just reposition in a lot of these fights. Just had so much more safety, and then once they knew the fight was done, able to really just play with so much aggression. We saw early on, this was a great play coming out of Crying. He made some incredible plays throughout the early to mid game, got some good picks, and allowed RNG a little bit of breathing room, or put him in a pretty good position. But it just wasn't really enough. They weren't able to push that far enough to outpace the scaling from this V5 roster.
Yeah, and the run continues. It really is. The mythology just keeps writing itself for Victory 5 here, and it's just such an incredible story to follow. And
this is that final fight, the way it starts off with Mole. The Thresh later one was there, but it just wasn't enough. And yeah, as you mentioned, with that was a bit of an interesting decision. And this right here, if they were able to get the Kayle before the flash over, would have worked out incredibly well. But Crying going over the wall just kind of sealed their death run, because it just meant that the rest of RNG were kind of drawn into that fight as well.
Yeah, they ended up pinning themselves, and Sam D just runs them over.
Not much more to really say about that one. I do respect the play out of Crying on the Twisted Fate, but it was just not the right time to do it, really.
I'll just say this right now. Imagine picking Twisted Fate with a jungler that isn't going to gank until like 20 minutes into the game, and then only trying to dive a Kayle once. Not even worry about the Aphelios lane. That usually, like in PCS, they
were like always on the tower.
Exactly. The thing that drives me nuts too is like usually you take the Twisted Fate against the Ezreal Yuumi and then just dive repeatedly down the bot lane. They didn't even touch the Aphelios Thresh that got first break in like 5 plates at 10 minutes. So I don't know. I'm just saying, Assassin from Victory 5 used to play in PCS. He's pretty big brain all of a sudden. So, you know, that's just my hot take when it comes to this, all right? That's just my hot take.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
I mean, he's not wrong.
But yeah, I definitely agree. You have the TF pick, with this semi-global ultimate, and you just only saw him use it once.
Yeah.
Every other time it was basically when you had objectives up, so it wasn't used to generate picks. More like, oh, we've lost vision in this area. I guess I just pop TF ultimate so we don't get picked when we're walking into the bush. But you're not capitalizing on the fact that you have a semi-global ultimate.
Yeah, you just feel like they weren't utilizing it to the best of their ability. Like, there was so much more potential out of that pick in that roster that they had that they just weren't using, as Opal mentioned, using it on the Kale only once. Okay, it's good. You knock down the Kale a bit, but then they just ignored her for the rest of the game. She managed to get a tower to herself with the help of the first Rift Herald, grabbed a whole bunch of bricks, got a whole bunch of gold, and was in a pretty good position once we got into those mid-game fights. TF was still not real. Well, why was the KO not hit more? Or as people were saying, the Aphelios Thresh lane completely ignored from RNG.
Yeah,
and that's
you
what
have the
that's what
engage
cost them in
power
the end.
from
Yeah,
the Yumi Ezreal, so it's not like you don't have initial engage power from your bot lane duo to start the fight, and then you have the TF come in and follow up.
or vice versa, to be quite honest.
Yeah,
Either or.
as we did miss on the screen, Sam D did rightfully get MVP, and I mean, it just makes sense. It was really easy. He got all that money, and he just did Aphelios things.
It just does the Aphelios thing where you get your items and then
You win.
all you need to do is just not run it down and you'll be fine. And even if you do run it down, sometimes you can still just win because you're Aphelios and you just like get all your health back.
Yeah,
Because
he does get
Aphelios.
nerfed though, so
He
we'll
does.
see how
This
that
is
actually
pre-nerf, yes.
changes.
Yeah, in the next patch he will get nerfed, so interesting to see if that makes a bit of a difference. But I think he's still going to be pretty decent.
Still, maybe he's only 150 years.
Yeah. All right. That's going to do us for now. This is the end of the first series of the night. There is going to be one more series tonight, and you don't want to miss it. It's going to be FPX versus IG. That's going to be it for us now, but don't go too far away. That series will be up next.
Hey, did you guys notice Doinby has a dog?
tears on the concrete. Feel everything that you've been with me. A monument to who you were before, when you were thinking about love. I don't want the same as before. I don't wanna settle for the past anymore. I don't wanna fight the same fight, but I do. I don't want a normal kind of love with you. Come with me, 'cause we're never going back again. Come with me, we're gonna tear it down inside again. Come with me, 'cause we're never going back again. Come with me, 'cause you're all I need. We're gonna tear it all down, 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 down. Take me to the place that we started. Show me what you love, that you got it. A little piece of who we were before, when you were falling. I don't want the same as before. I don't wanna settle for the past anymore. I don't wanna fight the same fight, but I do. I don't want a normal kind of love with you. Come with me, 'cause we're never going back again. Come with me, we're gonna tear it down inside again. Come with me, 'cause we're never going back again.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the UEB. Starting to get a little nice sense. Actually, I think this is a sunrise, so I don't know whoever labeled this B-roll is just, completely incorrect, but nonetheless,
It might be a sunset.
it's not actually a sunset. Yeah, because the inner city
Darn.
like that. Yeah, sorry, AC. I'm sorry to disappoint, but nonetheless, it is a dawn of a new series. Ha! Saved! Not really. Welcome back, everybody, to UEB. This is my green screen press area. Hope you enjoy it. I gotta ask, what the hell's going on in the LPL this split? We have Victory 5 taking down RNG. I don't know. Might be scripted. I have. What do you think,
Listen,
AC? What do you think?
They went from 0 to hero. They went from the spring split without winning a single game, and now they're staying true to their name, and they've already won 5 games. Now they're gonna flop for the rest of the split because they're only Victory 5 and not Victory 6 or 7, 8. Hey, it's us now.
Oh no. Hyper, I have bad news. You gotta check your mic. I think it's off on VMix. Oh boy. I do not get it. No, I don't hear you in VMix.
Hey, Opal.
How you doing, AC?
How you doing down there, buddy? You gonna do something down there or what?
Oh, how you doing? I'm here chilling, all right? Let's see.
The boys just
Oh no, I still don't have any audio from Hyper. It's doomed. Wait, I saw it for a sec. Talk again for me.
Wait, maybe it's like.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? I'm going to the hypertension. Yay!
Oh boy.
But no, what I was saying is that we have
Give me
seen
a
other
second.
weird things this split, like LGD taking down IG. I mean, I don't think anybody really saw that coming. I mean, if you had told me at the beginning of the split that Victory 5 would have been 5-1 coming into this week, and then LGD at 4-1, I would have asked what you were smoking.
Man,
I
I don't know. Victory 5 are just going on a roll right now, and it's weird to see. I'm not used to seeing all these big teams lose, but then again, I don't know, man.
Wow.
But you know what that means for Victory 5? Developing players, developing talent, actual progression as an organization. It's amazing to see. If
like-
only we could get that in North America.
It's like half a new roster, though. What do you want? Excuse me? That's like not
No,
development?
that's what I'm saying, Opal. I'm saying it's like they got in new players. They got in guys that were like developing talents, and they're turning them into stars.
Wait a second. Can we see the roster for FPX again?
Well, no.
Is that gone?
Actually, here, I do have a backup feed if you really want it, just for you.
I really want it because I was noticing something really weird on Doinby.
what, him trying to mind control you like a Jedi? Because I
no,
saw that too.
No. It was the Oppo sponsor photoshopped into his shoulder.
What? Are you serious?
Yes, look at that.
Wait, it's not just him. I think it's also photoshopped onto Khan.
Oh boy. Well.
Wait, it's photoshopped onto LWX too.
Okay. You guys have fun. I'm gonna leave you alone. FPX take it on
All right.
Invictus. You guys have some fun.
All right, we're already having fun. Hey, man, these bitches gaming are laughing with us. How you boys doing? Welcome back to the UEP. FPX versus Invictus Gaming. It's the world champions versus the former world champions facing off against each other. Maybe some serious time now. What do you think, Hypertension?
Yeah, I'm cool with some serious time, but then again, it is LPL, so we could still see a bunch of clown fiestas, even if we are trying to be serious.
True.
Also known as RNG Straff last game.
We don't talk about that because we're all right. So we're talking about we just talked about a little bit what happened last game between Victory 5 and RNG. Yes, RNG got out drafted like really hard.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, we're talking about FPX, which are a team that are known for questionable drafts, at least perfect execution. They are somehow able to play with a poor draft that they're given. So I fully expect to see some more weird drafts coming in from FPX, especially considering that Doinby's match history is riddled with Fiddlesticks mid. So you know, listen, we already have a Malphite World skin from Doinby himself. Malphite mid on Worlds for a world champion. So having a Fiddlesticks mid as well, playing tank Fiddlesticks as well. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, you know, if we see more Fiddlesticks throughout this series.
Not at all. I mean, as we do know, the real champion that Doinby was known for during Worlds was that Nautilus, who was absolutely dominant in team fights at the World Championship this past year. He was able to provide so much utility, damage, and lockdown for his team. And this Fiddlesticks with the tank build can provide a lot of the same thing with that Crow Storm coming in from an unseen angle. And if there's any man in the world who I think could pilot this tank Fiddlesticks in the proper manner, I think it would be Doinby, because it just screams every single thing that he wants in a champion. It has utility in the silence and the fear. It has sustainability in that AoE heal where you can stand in the middle of the wave and just go like, I'm a healing!
True.
And then the rest of the time, you could just fear people away with your Q. I mean, there's so much you can do with that champion. And again, it just seems tailor-made for Doinby.
It's true, but then again, it is a very fragile champion, especially in the earlier stages of the game. So you can't just blindly lock it in for the mid lane. You need to make sure that the matchup is favorable. For example, if you're matched up against the Syndra, you're doomed. Like the lane is over.
Oh yeah, no, you cannot match that up into the Syndra because of the fact that the main problem with Fiddlesticks is when his drain can get interrupted. And as you said, the Syndra does have one of the easiest ways to interrupt it, being the Scat of the Week, which you don't even need the ball to be dropped for it to happen. You can just fire off the Scat of the Week and then it instantly pushes. So the ban there by FPX does indicate to me that they might be looking to go for that Fiddlesticks. Not that you wouldn't ban her anyway.
Exactly. I mean, Syndra is also a staple ban in any case, so it could potentially just be a standard ban. FPX are on the blue side with Invictus Gaming on the red. I am waiting. Mr. 200 Years is available yet again. It seems to be a regular occurrence here.
Yeah,
everybody complains about him, but everybody leaves him open.
It's one of the situations where he's not too broken, as we do have now a dancing opal on our screen, representing FPX, but rocking EDG gear, and we're seeing the other Mr. 200 Years over there, Ezreal. Basically, that's one of the only AD carry matchups we see these days in the LPL. Of course, the Graves will probably be locked in here for Ning. Again, good scaling. I'm worried if IG will get baited into the same sort of compositional trap that RNG were last game. Now, the big question for me is, yep, there he is. I was about to say, where are my bear picks?
Okay, so basically I'm seeing a lot of parallels from this draft to Victory 5 versus RNG draft, where you see Ezreal and Graves in the first few rotations. Ornn is still open for the time being, so it could still be an option for either side to pick up on. Volibear was hovered over, but it's going to be Trundle that's locked in here. It's the matchup that you want to see against the Graves. Graves struggles a little bit in the early game. Trundle dominates the early game, so you want to shut down Graves as much as you can so that you're going to render that champion as powerless as possible for as long as you can.
Yeah, and in general, I do think that this is a great draft thus far by FPX. I mean, it's very similar to what we saw at last game for Victory 5. You do have the most powerful bottom lane in the game at the moment, in my opinion. I think that the Thresh is legitimately the most powerful support because of what he can provide to a team in terms of raw utility and raw playmaking potential. Plus, I mean, of course, we already talked about Mr. 200 Years, but that is a blind pick Orianna. To me, that says that they're going to take the second phase to ban all those big carries. Sorry.
Now, what? Blind picking an Orianna, knowing full well that Doinby can go Fiddlesticks, I feel like it's a mistake in of itself, just because Orianna has no way to realistically stop Fiddle in the mid lane.
They can very easily ban it in the second phase.
They can, yes, they can. They've already taken out Twisted Fate. I'm waiting to see what the other pick is, because if we have a lane to watch, I would say, like, I would be divided between top and mid. It's really dependent on what kind of day the Shy is, and mid lane, it's just a matter of
I believe my co-caster has cut out, so with that, as he said, it really just depends on on the top lane whether we get the Shy or whether we get the Shite. So it doesn't appear that is a Wukong ban, so Fiddlesticks will be left open. This creates a very dangerous situation here for IG, where if that is going to be a Fiddlesticks pick, it just sets up everything, and it doesn't appear my co-caster is back.
So Opal is back. Fun fact, AC's cat turned off his computer somehow. So I shall fill in alongside you for the remainder.
Yumi was like, hey AC, I heard you was talking shit.
I don't know what's going on here. Like, this is just a fiesta of a day when it comes to the LPL and a fiesta of a broadcast. But nonetheless, I do like that IG, they always were hinting that they wanted to go for that Yumi in the bot lane, but have actually opted into something like that Nautilus to allow him to have some engage and some follow-up for that Orianna.
Yeah, and I do really like this pick instead of baiting themselves into the Ezreal Yumi, because now you actually do have some solid initiation. You have a way to get fights off that, for example, we've been harping on RNG, so let's keep that train rolling. That RNG really lacked in that last game. It really just ended up being a situation where the Yumi and Ezreal were forced to back up the entire time, so they got pushed out of lane constantly. And here, the Rumble is available again, but I can't help but expect the Fiddlesticks, but they're going to lock in the Rumble instead. I understand that this is supposed to be an actually okay matchup for the Rumble in the mid lane, but this gives FPX a disgusting team fight.
Yeah, I've heard that we do have AC back, at least in our Discord call, but I don't see him back yet on the... Oh my lord, he's so loud. I don't know how you get ganked by a cap, but he ended up doing it. Oh, this is a nice little swap up, though. Ended up bringing back the Silas, going up into the top lane for the Shy.
Yeah, so this is going to create a situation for IG where they will actually have a winning top lane matchup for Ning to really put some pressure into, and it will be all on Tian to really alleviate what that Silas can do. Can he come up? Can he, put down the pillar and make sure that the Silas can't really escape these situations and set him behind early? Because if you do start to steal those ultimates on the side of FPX, that's a lot of really good ultimates that you can steal. That's the Moonlight Vigil, that would be the Equalizer, and that would be the Call of the Forge God. How you doing, AC?
I am peeved. Apparently, it's not the first time that happens, but okay, I gotta do something about it, I guess. But hey, I'm back, and the draft is done. All right, what do you think? I know I heard some thoughts about this comp. I see the Shy is playing Silas, and I feel like this could go. I honestly think the Shy can make this top lane go either way.
Yeah. One thing I would like to say about the side of Invictus Gaming's comp is it doesn't look like it has as much engage right off the bat as it really does. Mainly because of the fact that you have so many ultimates on the side of FPX for the Shy to steal that can very easily result in a fight starter very quickly for IG. You can use the Equalizer or the Call of the Forge God to then start off a fight in favor of IG that can then be capitalized upon by not only the Shockwave, but also the Depth Charge and the True Shot Barrage for just a massive amount of AoE setup to match that massive AoE that FPX have obviously drafted for themselves.
True. But then, I mean, both teams have a nice amount of AoE. I guess it comes down to who manages to scale the best into the later stages of the game, because I still feel like the jungle is going to have a lot of impact in this game, and it's going to come down to how the junglers track each other throughout this early to mid game. If Graves is able to avoid most of these conflicts, or, you know, not even avoid, but actually promote these conflicts in a way that he can actually get some gold out of it, that's actually a pretty good trade, though no summoners were expended.
Yeah, I mean, it is very good that Khan was able to avoid that, but it does mean that he has to take the Searing Charge at level 1, which will set him behind for this early phase, because even no matter what level 1 ability the Shy took, it's still going to give him a lot more laning pressure than the Searing Charge, because you really, really do want that Q at level 1 as the Ornn.
It's Abscond Abduct. It doesn't matter how you start. You always go for Abscond Abduct, not just because you get a dash and a stun, but because you also get 2 stacks for your passive. And that's 2 extra auto attacks to give you 80% attack speed. You know, the whole number game for good old Silas Buddy. Because Silas is the strongest in the early game and in the late game. He goes in a sort of a lull throughout mid game where he doesn't have real item power spikes yet. So he needs to capitalize on his strengths in the earlier stages, especially when Khan doesn't have items himself.
Yeah, Silas is one of those really weird champions where he's got this kind of reverse bell curve of a spike timing, kind of the same way that a Caitlyn does. If you guys are similar with how a Caitlyn plays, he is kind of like the assassin bruiser version of Caitlyn in that he has that really, really hard early spike because of the auto attack resets that he has on his passive, as well as his empowered auto attacks from the passive, and his ability to close the gap and clear waves with his Q and then his double dashing abilities. But then he falls off a little bit in that mid game because of the fact that he needs more time to scale. But then late game, once again, he can become an absolute AP monster with how good the scaling is and how easy he has access to other people's ultimates.
Exactly. Also, the way that he fights, like his trade patterns are really, really good. His sustain is also incomparable realistically to any champion in League of Legends, because you have the Conqueror proccing in your favor, as well as the Kingslayer to give you percentage HP based on missing health, etc., etc. So you can cycle spells really, really well. So early, late game is where he shines. And curiously enough, Ornn kind of gets a small spike in the mid game, and he starts to climb as a real tank come the later stages of the game. So it could be interesting to see this direct matchup. Right now, the Shy is just pushing in the waves as you expect him to, as you would expect him to do. As Tian right now focusing a little bit on the bot side of the jungle. Not sure if they went vertical. Wasn't paying attention.
I wasn't exactly paying attention to see if they went vertical, but both of them do have their double buffs, so it is a reasonable assumption to guess that they did go vertical. I did remember that Tian appeared. No, wait, I'm sorry. No, Tian started on his blue, so they did not go vertical.
All right, fair enough. So they're basically just crisscrossing and not really matching each other. This is an ideal scenario for Ning.
Yeah, with Ning, I mean, I expect him to try and put some pressure up here on the top side early, because he really is going to need it. If you want any lane to start scaling faster, it is going to be the Shy. So with this sort of setup of having a full clear unimpeded, it does create a little bit of a moment of reprieve where Ning should be able to impact something. But right now, the Shy is so far pushed out that he can't really do anything in that lane.
You could try. You can start pushing in waves and start collecting play. It's just a good advantage to give over to the Shy. I mean, if we know anything from the Shy is that he hates turrets. He just wants to take him down if it costs his own life. And I mean, Silas, he's a good champion to push turrets. Let's call it that. He's actually a pretty good champion to take down turrets, considering how his attack speed works, how his passive works as well.
Have you seen the niche Silas build purely for split pushing?
Tell me about it.
I have seen a build where after you go for the Hextech Protobelt, you go into a Lich Bane because of the sheer damage you will be able to output on your auto attacks. Now, your damage is absolutely terrible in team fights compared to something like generally almost any other AP item. But when it comes to split pushing, the speed at which you take towers is magnified, and it's so good at doing that.
I'm actually curious to see if the Shy's going to go for that. What we do see right now on our screen is Tion going for this dragon really early on. 5 minutes in, he's already trying to clear first dragon out of the map. Ning is on the opposite side, so he has no way to really contest this. So it's going to fall in favor of FPX, opening up a small lead for the blue team for the time being. Ning gets caught in the river. There goes the equalizer as well. Ning is forced to flash out, goes into the Baron pit. Khan is chasing after him. Will he flash over the wall? Yes, he will. No, he won't. Still deals a nice chunk of damage to Ning and forces him out of the fight.
Yeah, and when I see this kind of situation here where you are pushing Ning out of the jungle, that's just a very bad sign for IG, because again, your composition does have the earlier spike, it does have the earlier scale. So Ning really doesn't need to have those kind of situations where he's pushed out of his own jungle at the 6-minute mark.
Oh,
Tion
this is
needs to be put on check, and here we go.
Gaming. You see Puff being dragged back. He is forced to Arcane Shift 4, but that's going to be an easy first blood over to Tion. Southwind is able to use his dredge line under the tower, and that's going to be the fight. First blood over the FPX.
First blood, and it looks like that the chat was right, except for that one guy who put TSM like a weirdo. But overall, very good gank coming down by Tion, abusing the fact that Puff was way out of position, that Southwind was in no position to help him on the wrong side of a minion wave. Great situation from FPX to not only take the dragon, but keep Tion down there for an easy rotation kill.
All right, now Callan's in the top lane. He still has teleport to utilize. The Shy, not so much. He just used it to go top lane. Good fight coming in. The Shy really putting a number here on Khan. Call of the Forge God comes through, stolen away, and that's going to put a hamper on Khan and force him a little bit further back in his positioning, and it could potentially prompt a dive from Ning.
Yeah, we'll have to see here, because this will still be an Ornn, so it won't be the most easy dive in the game.
Hello.
And Tion is here. I don't think Ning actually saw him, because think he rocketed straight into
Wait, he did see. Wait, no, he didn't see. Call the Forge God flops a little bit as Tion moves out of the brush, and Doinby comes into the river to try to cut them off. What a huge equalizer person to flash out a rookie. Southwind is there as well, but he can't go anywhere, so they're forced to back away as FPX reclaim their territory.
Yeah, and good zoning ultimate there by Doinby. I was a little bit confused as to why he did it at first, but as soon as you got the flash out of Rookie, that became an instantly worth situation, because that Orianna in this kind of situation!
What is Shockwave locking down FPX, but that's not going to be enough because there's no damage output from Rookie, not without a flash, and also 1-for-1 trade coming in favor as Ning takes down Doinby. Mid laner for mid laner, FPX losing a little bit of ground here on the top half of the map.
Yeah, but that's so much bigger for FPX. If you could shut down Rookie, that is so much of their team fighting power come the mid to late game just gone. Whereas Doinby getting the kill, it just makes those equalizers more and more on point when it comes to the damage, because he's going to have more gold to buy more items. Ning getting it will help accelerate that damage of IG a little bit, but getting those kills on a Doinby is so much more important.
Now, Ning, he's in the Baron pit, but I don't think it's wise of him to try to contest this Herald against 3 members of FPX. Yes, the Shy is already coming in. 1,200 damage left on the Herald. The ward was set down, but Tiana is going to be able to claim the Glimpse of the Void.
And taking a moment to talk about the Shy, he's done basically nothing this game. I mean, for a guy who's supposed to be one of the most high-tempo, high-pressure top laners in the world, I'm seeing pretty much no tempo and no pressure coming out of the guy, especially on this pick that is supposed to snowball so hard early, like we talked about earlier. I mean, yeah, he's building up those components of... Oh, somebody play the Curb Your Enthusiasm. That's
terrible. It happens, I guess. Well, I mean, we're talking about the Shy. That's the Shy of the old. The Shy of late is a player that can either really snowball your game and win the game by himself, or not really be a relevant threat throughout the game, and he will sink the game from the top lane. At least that's how I feel about the Shy of Summer Split. I could be wrong. Obviously, I could be wrong, as we're still yet to see. But I remember perfectly having the Shy play Kalista and it being a 1v9 machine. But then again, having Shy play, say, a tankier champion, and him being the cause of loss for IG.
Yeah, the Shy on tanks was very weird, champ. Honestly, it was not the best situation, but also good dodge out of there by Puff. But the side of FPX, they look like they're gonna dive this.
They look like they're gonna dive this. I mean, Volibear's not in the field, but they do have the Herald to try to tank it a little bit. They put in the pillar to try to delay Puff. They're not gonna go for the dive per se. They just want first tower. It's going to happen with this Herald. FPX at first tower, goal divided by 4 members.
And again, the way that they actually pulled that off was very, very smart because they made sure that every single bit of plate gold and the solo first tower gold went over to LWX because he was the only one in the vicinity that could pick up the gold. In doing so, you actually accelerate your main team fighting damage source in that Aphelios, Mr. 200 Years,
Mm-hmm.
and it's going to be so important even if the upcoming dragons aren't going to be nearly as vital.
Now, with the Mountain Dragon, or the Mountain Soul in this case, being in play, FPX already have 2 dragons in their favor. Tian's playing the early game perfectly. He's shutting down Ning as much as he can, though Ning did collect a free kill there from the jungle, from that jungle play. So it doesn't put Ning necessarily behind to the point where he can't contest objectives. Could be a good turning point for Invictus Gaming come the mid game now. Though the Shy is probably going to be a non-factor throughout this mid-game until he reaches a 2 or 3 item power spike.
Yeah, like we said, usually between that 1 to 3 item power spike, it does really create a situation where Silas doesn't do enough damage to really impact a game. This is kind of like part of those changes that Ryan made a little bit back, but oh, here comes a dive.
Could be a dive for players coming in for this tier 1 tower top. Ning is there to stop them, so is Puff, so is Southwind. Should be enough pressure to prevent Invictus Gaming. Actually, you see Call of the Forge got come in. That's a double knockup coming in from Khan as the teleport is casted a little bit too late. Look at the equalizer. It's great. Southwind is in trouble. The Shy seals the Call of the Forge god, but it's a very, very late teleport. It saves the tower, but it costs them at least a member. Invictus Gaming are still slowly trying to promote a fight as FPX tried to turn it around. The Shy sustains through the onslaught as FPX disengage 5 members from that top lane.
So my question is, Puff, what were you doing, man? I mean, he died with Flash up. He died with Arcane Shift up. He just stood there and took it. And I'm wondering why one of the most mobile AD carries in the game didn't use any of that mobility to escape what was going to absolutely kill him and did kill him.
Truth be told, I think it was mostly because of Doinby's equalizer. It didn't really allow him to go anywhere, but I don't know. FPX really pulled all the stops here to go for this top lane dive. We'll have to wait and see on the replay exactly what happened that prompted Puff to perish so soon in that fight, and then they'll really allow IG to do anything. But as it stands, FPX, they have first tower. They got a little bit of pressure on that top lane, took a few plates, and it puts them on a solid 3k lead.
Yeah, according to chat, he was rooted by the
by the Gravitum. That's
Gravitum.
true.
By the Gravitum Moonlight Vigil, which does make a lot more sense. However, I'm surprised that he didn't flash the Moonlight Vigil knowing that the Gravitum was the gun that LWX had, because it is very prominently displayed right there next to his health bar, as you could see right now on the screen.
It is true, but again, replay, please. Make it happen, as we do see FPX kind of starting to scatter around their numbers. You still have teleport on Khan. He's saving that. I feel like he's trying to save that for a special occasion, especially now that the second Herald's coming up. Maybe he's going to utilize it right now. The Shy, without a teleport, needs to be on top of the situation. He needs to be there to follow to his team's plan. As you see Ning blindly whop into his own jungle. There goes the equalizer as well. Ning is in trouble. No flash available. Means that Khan teleport stop goes for Puff. Puff immediately arcane shifts away as FPX collapse on another play for the Herald for the tower.
And that's why you check the brush, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you make sure that there's no champions anywhere near you when you're roaming through at your own jungle. Because if not, you're going to run into a Troll King and a guy who wants to rip your soul out of your body. So that was just perfectly executed there by FPX, making sure that they were in the positions where Ning wasn't going to walk through because he had no real reason to walk through them, and then just set up for a perfect kill, sets up for the top lane tower. So now Doinby is in the side lane, split pushing for no end, and I'm
Yeah,
wondering
and
what's
this
with his build. He should have more gold than that.
Listen, this is exactly what I was talking about. You either had the Shy ready for that
Wait.
play, or you're just gonna have him hard stuck in the bot lane because he utilized teleport earlier on in the game and he doesn't have it available right now. That build is pretty standard for Silas. It gives him 20% cooldown reduction and a disengage tool. It's not exactly a proto build to close the gap, but AoE slow. It's
So
a gap closer of sorts.
again, the real build question I have is about Doinby, but we could have a fight starting up. Nope, never mind. So my question is on Doinby. He should have more gold than that.
Wait, who?
Oh wait, no, I didn't see the blasting wand too. Okay.
Wait, who?
Doinby. I
Doinby.
didn't see the blasting wand at first, so it looked like it was like, wait, he should have about 900 more. Oh, I did see the blasting wand.
I mean, he's just trying to. He's just a little bit indecisive about what he wants to build for. Does he go for the Grievous wounds on the Morello, or does he go for the damage percentage on the Leandries? Right now, you do see a fight coming out as you do see the shockwave come through. Kill on Tion. That's going to be the first dragon that FPX are not going to be able to contest. The equalizer from the Shy was dropped, and it's going to force FPX to back away completely from the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, and that's part of where the GLP can come in handy because you just provide that further slow once the knockdown is on. It just provides that extra damage, and it was just pure utility in that situation. So from here, I would like to see IG start to put certain people in the side lanes. Obviously, you put the Shy into Khan. I think that you should stop putting Puff in a side lane up against Doinby because that's what they've been doing for about the past 5 minutes. It's resulting in situations where Puff can only sort of clear wall under a tower, but putting the Shy into Doinby here, this could actually create some kill pressure here in this top lane.
Well, the Shy now 1v1ing against Doinby. You don't have the equalizer actually from Doinby, so he's just going to force himself to walk away from that fight. The Shy would have won that because he can out-sustain with the Conqueror.
And I talked about how you would want to put him into Khan. This is an alternate situation because Doinby doesn't have that same level of sustain as you just said, as that Silas of the Shy, but it will create a situation here where they can start up the fights.
Knock up and the equalizer. Ning is in trouble once again. That's 70% of his HP gone as FPX take home the mid lane tower, and that's all 3 outer turrets down in favor of Fun plus Phoenix.
And FPX have just been having a better macro game this game, I would say thus far. They've been rotating a lot better, they've been executing and communicating as a team far better, and their setups have just been allowing IG to play right into their hands. There hasn't been a real situation where IG have been the ones setting up the big brain plays. They haven't been, planning that far ahead. It's more so they just kind of take what comes to them, whereas FPX seem to be the person who are playing.
Well, that's a shockwave. That's LWX trying to go in for Puff in this case, trying to go in for LWX, but the Lantern is there to clear out LWX from that scenario. I mean, Mr. 200 Years already dishing out a lot of damage and only has 1.5 items to go to fuel himself with.
I love how we've given Aphelios like this Pitbull style name, but instead of Mr. Worldwide, it's Mr. 200 Years.
Oh,
even
buddy.
though the 200 Years comment was about Wukong.
Hey man, we have a lot of 200-year champions, okay? Starting in Aphelios and finishing off in Senna.
Finishing in Senna? That's where you draw the line?
Hey, it's A to S. There's a lot of champions in between.
I would say A to Z, with that Z being Zoe.
True. It's a good point. You beat me to it. All right, you know what? I'll concede. Regardless, status quo right now is FPX are leading. They're in a comfortable lead, but now they're going in a sort of a lull where they do want to push in waves. They do want to set up for the next objectives, but the next objective to come by is going to be the Baron Nashor. They do have the DPS, but they can't safely go for the Baron without getting a pick, and they need to establish picks first.
Yeah, they really do. Picks are super essential for both of these teams here. On the side of IG, you have to make sure that either LWX or Doinby is down before you
Mm-hmm.
can even set up anything in these situations because of the sheer amount of AoE teamfight damage that they can put down between the Equalizer and the Moonlight Vigil. If that's an Infernum Moonlight Vigil, IG's gonna have a bad time. If that Equalizer just cuts through them while they're in a pit, they're gonna have a bad time. On the flip side of FPX, you have to pick off
Oh,
Rookie specifically because of the Shockwave's power while taking neutral epic monsters. Like a Shockwave in a Dragon Pit while everyone is trying to, focus around on a Drake, it's a death blow to a team fight.
true. Now, what would be the options here for FBX? What can they actually do? Oh my. What can they actually do? What could be their next move in order to make use of the lead that they currently have?
Right now, FPX actually don't really need to use their lead. I mean, they have the better team fighting scaling. And when it comes to the late game, yes, the Shy and Ning will sort of scale, but at the same time, you're the ones with the bulk. You're the ones with the massive ability to take control of the team fights. If Rookie doesn't land a massive shockwave onto Doinby and
Mm-hmm.
LWX, you can do that. But if you are wanting to make those proactive plays, what you need to do is do what you've been doing this far. Set up a plan about 5 moves ahead and look to take out either Ning or Rookie. If you take one of those, the objective of the Baron Nashor should be yours with ease.
I agree. Now, one thing that I am seeing is you do have a kind of a considerable power spike coming in on Puff. Yes, he has 0 and 2, but he just built himself into Eternity Force. If there's something that I was expecting out of Puff in this game was that he was going to build utility Ezreal, in this case go for the Iceborne Gauntlet, to
Uh-huh.
just be able to kite out and allow Ning and the Shy to carry for you. But no, he's trying to pull his own way. He's trying to be a relevant threat in team fights, and now they managed to get a hold of Southwind. Can they actually finalize the kill? No. Southwind flashes over the wall. There goes the redemption down to give a second chance over to FPX as they go for this dragon. It is a second mountain dragon. Crisp is in trouble, and so is LWX. That equalizer is pretty solid as the Call of the Forge God comes through. Khan locks up once again. Southwind, a second equalizer befalls upon the Summoner's Rift as Invictus Gaming are forced to turn tail and run. Southwind is on his last legs here as he gets taken down by Mr. 200 Years. The Shy misses his chains. FPX got what they came for, and now they're disengaging.
And that's just more and more of what I talked about there. They need to set up the fight. They need to set up these situations where they have the advantageous positioning and they have the advantageous angles. They set up Khan in the backside to make sure that he was a constant threat with the Call of the Forge God, all while holding on to the equalizer, whereas the Shy blew it so early here. Like that equalizer that you see on your screen now, that is the Shy's equalizer. That
Yeah.
is not Doinby's equalizer. That is Doinby's equalizer, and it is so good at zoning Ning out of its team fight away from everyone except for the one person he cannot kill, being Khan. Yes, you got caught with a shockwave on the back end, but by that point, the fight was already over in your favor.
Oh no. Okay, what's his kill shot?
I
Okay.
mean, that's more so of Mr. 200 Years combined with the original Mr. 200 IQ being the first Certainly T champion, Thresh. Because we
Gotcha.
all know that Certainly T is a phenomenal champion designer who does it in all overloaded champions.
Can't wait for the next big overloaded champion. Right now,
Oh no,
23
he
minutes
got
in.
removed from the champion design team, thankfully. But yeah, as you
Oh,
said,
okay.
23 minutes in, we're at this sort of like low point in the game where
Wait,
there's no major objectives to take.
no,
Except for
there
Baron
is. There
Nashor.
is a Baron Nashor, and
I
LWX
say,
is
except
mind going
Baron.
for it. It's like it's a blind Baron.
What?
Invictus Gaming just True Shot barrage the Baron. They know that the Baron is being made, so they need to make way towards that objective. Everything is being dropped down right then and there for Invictus Gaming to be zoned off. The Baron is called off. FPX move in a little bit deeper to clear some vision, and they walk back out.
Yeah, but look at Rookie's situation. This is dangerous positioning.
Hello?
What?
Guess we're looking at the bot lane right now as you do see the wave crashing onto the towers. A lot of gold being missed out. Still the Shy looking for a flank, looking for Tion, finds him. Not a lot of mana, but he does get the GLP out. Forces the steals a subjugate. There's a subjugate on the Shy, and this could render Khan useless for the next fight. This could be a big ultimate from the Shy.
I'm sorry, my mental's just broken because I had no idea what happened with that camera cut. Okay, now with everyone, there are some massive ultimates now. There's no equalizer. There's no Moonlight Vigil on the side of FPX for about. I would say the Moonlight Vigil should be up here in the next 45 seconds. This is the time where, as IG, you need to start setting up your vision around the Baron Nashor and negating what little vision that FPX have around there. Mainly, they do have that line right in there, right above the river. This is the time as IG where you need to take down that vision, set up some of your own, and make sure that they can't almost sneak the Baron away again.
Right. Let's see, because right now there's no control over that Baron Nashor. Nobody has vision on it directly, at least. There's a lot of vision surrounding it from both FPX and Invictus Gaming, but I'm more concerned about this direct matchup now against between the Shy and Khan. The Shy just used a subjugate on Khan. I reckon it's to get the cooldown back for the next fight so he can steal subjugate again from Tion and use it on Khan?
Yeah,
Question mark?
Even if you do that subjugate onto Khan, it's not like Tion is completely irrelevant in terms of tank stat. He has the Spirit Visage, and even then, it could just be a situation where you subjugate Khan, and then Tion subjugates the Shy.
True. Okay, how would that work? Now you do see a fight roll out. The equalizer is good. Once again, Southwind is zoned out. They're forced to back away. Invictus Gaming blew a few cooldowns out of that one. The depth charge is not available for the next fight, but everything else is ready and waiting. All four members of Invictus Gaming are up in the top lane, while the Shy has teleport and he's in the bot lane. The call is take the tower, and if you have to, teleport for Baron.
My question is, why did Ning use collateral damage on the back? No, he did.
Oh. Why wouldn't he?
Apparently, we lost feed somehow. That was a
Oh,
little
no,
bit
it's
odd
dead. Yeah, it's dead.
Whoa. Production issues. We love them. How you doing, AC?
Stop that.
Stop what?
Doing the little dance thing. So yeah, a few small ish.
It wouldn't be our show without a little bit of issues, guys. All right, much like how everything.
I can't
goes.
tell if you're.
I'm actually.
Oh, it's.
I forgot that was enabled. Now it's not enabled. I don't know what happened to my feed. Let me go check this. So.
Tell me that was intended.
It totally intended. 200 years of both broadcast and it just, you know what? It's apparently back. You guys get back into game. You guys have fun.
Hey, there we go. Hey, cast with us, please. You do see FPX close to get the Mountain Soul, but Baron's in play right now. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, Soul is on the table here in the next upcoming Drake for XPX, so that will be something that IG will have to contest. They need to set up a lot better for that, but apparently there was a fight. Okay.
Oh.
Let's
figure
out what just happened here.
Oh, that was a big call to Forge God. That's what I'm telling you.
That was also a big Moonlight Vigil.
It was an Infernum-powered Moonlight Vigil to just shred through Invictus Gaming. Oh, baby. The thing is, you already have a Death Stance in the pocket of LWX, so Spike is really big. He's healing for a lot, and he's already got the upgraded Infinity Edge.
Yeah, because remember, 200 years designed Aphelios, 300 years designed that item. Oh, he stole it!
Oh, he stole it! Oh my god, Ning actually stole the Baron. It was the ultimate sacrifice. Rookie goes in. They want to fight this, even though they're a man down. Shockwave only catches Tion, as now FPX are trying to decide whether to fight or not on this one. Call the Forge God comes in. Rookie manages to dodge it, but he's running low on HP resource. Southwind gets taken down. 3 Barons left for Invictus Gaming as FPX. Despite losing Baron, they're going to run down mid.
Yeah, Tion with the Saint Vicious Smite there, ladies and gentlemen. Completely not even using it. His smite's still up. He just got straight up outsmited by Ning. And they're going to take a mid-lane tower off it, but they lose the Baron off the hero play from Ning. And when the LPL shows a replay, I want to see what HP that freaking Baron was at when Ning stole it.
He was. That's all I'm saying. I didn't even expect him to steal it, to be honest. I was already waiting for the fight to roll out without with the Baron in the pocket of FPX. But I have to say, I'm impressed. Rookie's in trouble now. Khan moves forward with a Searing Charge. The tower is still being sieged, but Invictus Gaming don't have enough of a wave to really take home this structure in the mid lane.
And this is one thing on the side of IG that you need to utilize right now if you are trying to take towers. You have to utilize the side lane pressure that your team has. And okay, let's see what damage is that.
That was... Okay, we need to-
1025.
We need to watch that with 144 in a 144 hertz monitor so we can see the actual pixel that the Baron was stolen at. Because those two smites came out at the exact same time. But Ning's smite registered later, so he stole it off of Tion.
Wow, I didn't even think that okay. Damn. I don't think you could have gotten any closer than that.
It couldn't. I mean, the smite came. I think the smite came out at 1,050 or something like that. At
Last
level
number I saw was 1025.
1,025. Okay, so at level 13 and 14 that they are right now, the smite deals about 600, 700 damage, give or take. I could be wrong. Correct me on that. Something around those numbers. So you couldn't like kill it immediately, but both smites came out at virtually the same times. But Ning's smite registered just a tad bit later, which allowed Invictus Gaming to actually keep that for themselves.
Yeah, according to chat, it would be about 750. So yeah, that would be. Oh my god. So Tion smited about a frame or two too early.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. And on the flip side, though, I like what IG decided to do with the latter half of this Baron buff. They saw that there's no hope, even with Baron minions, of pushing into this Aphelios. So they sent the Shy off to the side wave. They had him take the last outer top tower. I'd say the last outer tower in the top lane. And now that it's going to reset the 3-minute clock to Baron as it has expired. But Soul is up in about 40 seconds. So this is the time where IG really need to set up some vision here on this bottom side of the map.
They're trying to. I mean, the Baron has expired for now. And what they need to do, or what they have done, is clear out the main structures here. As Doinby gets caught off, Dresline comes down, but Doinby flashes away from Southwind, doesn't allow the depth charge to come through. So Invictus Gamer are trying to establish dominance over this dragon. They don't want to leave the Soul over to FPX. That would be very, very bad to have a Mountain Soul on Khan and Tion for that matter.
Oh,
Great Dresline over the wall, but Ning is going to be able to scale away as Crisp is not in a position to really dive into that backline of Invictus Gaming. Now, you do see Invictus on the bot side with FPX top side. The positioning is great. We're missing a few members, but a 5v5 fight could really determine which side this dragon goes towards, and possibly even the game.
I was about to say, keep your eye on Crisp.
Keep the eye on Crisp. You just see Call of the Forge God come down. Rookie might be in trouble. He flashes out of the Call of the Forge God. Southwind takes a lot of damage from the Moonlight Vigil. FPX are better than ever. Invictus Gaming's health bar are blinking really, really low. You do see Southwind go in, but can he come out? Rookie, they get 2 kills. FPX are starting to fall in their favor. The Shy goes down. The Dragon falls in favor of FPX. The remaining members of Invictus turn tail and run as FPX are running it down mid.
I said to keep your eye on Crisp at the start of the fight, and damned was I right there. Perfect hooks onto both Puff and Southwind to make sure that they got cut very low, and then Southwind had to literally dive into the back of the fight to save Puff, because Puff got predicted. That was a straight up Mad Life hook there from Crisp onto Puff to really clutch that fight for the side of FPX.
And now they're going to be able to claim the inhibitor for themselves. They might, if they got that pick on Rookie, they could have gone for a game, but they're going to wait for the next Baron Asher, and they need to claim it for themselves. Otherwise, they're just going to prolong the game another 10 minutes.
And again, that hook to start off the fight was big because that forced IG to back up a little bit. It made Southwind burn his flash, and that way he got cut very low from the back end of this. But now watch this hook on a Puff. Oh, wait, no, it was not a Mad Life. It appeared to look like that in the moment, but he eats so late. Just a great hook from Crisp. He died for his efforts, but it allowed Tion to come into the back of the Dragon Pit, basically kill off Ning, and then it was just a situation where FPX already had the advantage by that point. It was a simple cleanup job.
Yeah, and I just want to see the damage stats if they're available. Like, I wanted to see the damage stats for that fight because I feel like Puff didn't do a lot. I don't know.
I would say he probably did less than 1,000 damage.
I don't think he did a lot of damage in that fight because he always was zoned out by the backline of FPX. You do see Tion getting locked in. He is mispositioned. He's going to get punished for his troubles. FPX are still fighting. Tian goes in stasis, flashes out. Southwind now switches places, is in trouble. Doinb gets the kill on Southwind. 2 kills in favor of FPX. This could be game as Doinb takes down Rookie, and only Puffs, Shy, and Nang are left alive.
Yeah, Doinb takes down Rookie, the story of the last year and a half of League of Legends here in China, as FPX are going to be just running into the base. They have the super minions with them here coming up, and there's another wave at their backs. It looks like they should just be able to push this out.
Ning is forced to flash out of the pillar, gets caught in the death sentence. Tian gets the kill. The towers are at the mercy of FPX. The Shy is still alive, and so is Puff. They're trying the best that they can to try to shatter these shields from the Mountain Soul. There's a nice equalizer being dropped down, but it's a little bit behind. That tower's not going to be safe. The Shy is in the middle of that fight. The Shockwave is still dead for another 10 seconds, but the Nexus is exposed, and FPX are going to take home game number 1 in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, and that was just a clean game overall from Fun Plus Phoenix. The only real slip up that they did have was that off-screen fight that we that we missed. But that was more so due to an immaculate Wombo setup from IG, rather than any particular mistakes from FPX themselves. They made sure to have the rotations around the map to counter IG's composition. They utilized their spikes incredibly properly, and they utilized the champions that they had to their fullest extent. What really more can you ask out of a team here in the LPL?
It's hard to say because you saw the Shy. The Shy was actually dominating the early game. Yes, there wasn't a lot of trades being promoted, but I wanted to harp a little bit on the top lane because, I mean, the Shy felt like inconsequential. But then again, we didn't really pass the mid game when we did talk about how Sylas is a pick that shines in the early, falls off in mid, and comes back in late. We never got to that point where Sylas was a menace. But then again, just the sheer lack of consistent damage for Invictus Gaming really marked their demise in this first game, I would say.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, as you said, the Shy was a little bit irrelevant there with the sort of the teamfight presence. His split pushing was solid. He was actually the only person on the side of Invictus that could put out the same level of split pushing ability as our producer decides to do the 200 years baby thing.
Let him do
He's
it.
just loving that green screen and using it to its fullest extent. But with that in mind, again, the Shy, his damage, not what you would want to see out of the Sylas. I would like to see him on a different pick come the next game. Possibly something like to see if they can get the Wukong, if they can get something like the
To be
set.
honest, I'm actually
the
really
Volibear.
surprised with Puff's damage output. He was just 2k away from matching LWX's damage output, and that's pretty impressive. But then again, considering the amount of frontline that FPX had to really soak up that damage, they had a lot of bodies that were able to soak up the Mystic shots, to be honest.
Yeah, and again, I still feel like a lot of people are going to harp on a situation saying it's like, oh, Aphelios was the problem. Oh, picking Orianna was the problem. Oh, the Sylas was the problem. It didn't really seem like it was really a draft problem for me. I mean, yes, you gave up Ornn and Aphelios. That's never a good sign. But the execution just was not there as a team from Invictus. Like, if you watch every single one of these plays, it's just Invictus on the back foot. FPX, they're the ones setting the tempo. They're the ones who are setting the pace of the game and setting IG behind. If you are allowed, it's like one of the things about when playing chess. If your opponent is the one who is dictating the pace of the game, you have already lost.
I don't play chess. I don't get that reference.
It's mostly because of the fact that, like, if you are responding to his moves, you have no time to make moves or proactive decisions of your own.
Okay,
and that was
makes sense.
a very good, well exemplified by that Invictus versus FPX game.
I agree. It makes sense especially considering the fact that you had Tian playing the Trundle, calling his shots while Ning was just following in his shadow. I mean, a Grave scales really, really well, but you need to have an early lead. You need to have the upper hand from the get-go if you want to be a relevant threat. Otherwise, you're just going to be scaling towards late game. And even then, you're going to be reliant on your team's pacing to really be impactful in the team fights. I think that's the biggest thing, was the lack of Ning throughout this game. Yes, he stole a Baron, but it was a Baron stolen off a coin flip. It could have gone either way. Luckily, it went Ning's way.
that I don't think you could have gotten any more coin flip than that, unless it was an NA top laner. But other than that, I don't see that going any more coin flip. But as you said, yeah, Ning was basically irrelevant in this game. Again, plays like that wasted collateral damage in that top lane when the fight was already over. He was already out of the fight. I don't know if it was a misclick or what. But all of a sudden, I was just looking over. It's like, okay, let's see what ultimate's burned. And then I look over at Ning. As I look at him, I see that collateral damage icon start to go black. And I'm like, what? That's about the story of that game for Ning.
Well, unfortunately for Ning, that was not a good game for them. Let's see if in game number 2, if they, first of all, we need to see if they decide to switch sides. If FPX go on the red and Invictus Gaming go on the blue, because it does seem like the priority on Aphelios is really good, and it does seem to be resulting really, really well. And it doesn't feel like any team is really allocating any bans towards that Aphelios that is such a high impact champion.
Well, I feel like in addition to that, they're also relying a little bit too much on the safety of the Ezreal. They're not taking any risks with any pick that could actually match the Aphelios or even like attempt to match him in a team fight setting. They're instead relying on Ezreal's single target damage and the safety that he has with the Arcane Shift. And I would like to see teams start to move away from that. We've been seeing that over the past couple weeks where he's almost like that crutch backup plan. Oh, you didn't get Aphelios? Well, may as well pick Ezreal because he's the next best option. I mean,
arguable, but I get what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, well, what I'm saying is like he's the safest option of the current AD carries.
Yeah,
he could do the most single target damage outside of the Aphelios with the Crescendum, and I guess outside of the Varus with his various build paths. Again, I would like to see teams move away from that a little bit. I did see that there was an Ashe ban by FPX in the game.
Give me some of that Kai'Sa.
Yeah, no, give me the Kai'Sa. I would love to see more of the Kai'Sa. I would love to see a little bit more of those Misfortune, because I think that those picks are extremely underrated in those teamfight settings into the Aphelios.
All right, that being said, though, we're going to take a short break before we head into game number 2 of this best of 3 series. FPX are on match point, but let's see if Invictus Gaming can come back from it in game number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you.
On the edge, about to fall. Don't know if you like to see me out there in need while I'm struggling to breathe on my own. I won't turn my back on you, 'cause your love's the only one I know. And just one more chance is all I need. drag me down to earth. I need to touch base. I feel surreal and out of place. It's been so long since I've seen a familiar face. It gets so lonely up here in outer space. I feel so wrong fitting in yet being out of place. Maybe I'll drift till I shift into another state. And talking to every lapse, you're falling into fiction with science at your back. Oh, we're passing by, just ships in the night, never turning on a lantern or a light. After all this time, your violet eyes are still burned into my mind. Now all I've seen will come to be, but it is still yet to pass us by. Now count your sheep and go to sleep. It's time to say goodnight. Time to say goodnight. Time to say goodnight. Into another state. Oh, another day. Oh, we're passing by, just ships in the night, never turning on a lantern or a light. After all this time, your violet eyes are still burned into my mind. Looking between all that's seen and unseen, let your body oscillate uncontrollably. So iridescent, what a vibrant gleam. My eyes dilate deep into eternity. I'm holding on to the sound of the city and the cars. I wish we could go back to how it was before. I've traveled far away and deep into the north. Oh, sun, don't wander, no, stay your course. Oh, sun, don't wander, no, stay your course.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the unofficial English broadcast of the LPL, where we're witnessing FPX dismantle, or we just witnessed FPX dismantle Invictus Gaming in the first game of this best of 3 series. As always, I'm AC. Joining me is Hypertension, doing a little para dance kind of thing going on over there. Somebody put him out of his misery. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Honestly, after that last game, I'm actually pretty good situation ready for this next game. I think that there were clear weaknesses in the last trap and in the last execution for IG. They should know where to change it the next time. Basically, I'm saying, teams, please stop picking Ezreal. He's one of the 2 picks I harp on the most in these metas. The other one being Aatrox, because I feel like they are just the picks where they don't really counter everything. They're basically just a backup plan where it's like, we don't know what to draft in this situation. Well, better pick this.
Well, I mean, it's working most of the times, honestly. I mean, it works in terms of safety, but I don't feel like when you're picking Ezreal into Aphelios, you can't determine that you're a potential win condition. Yes, you were dealing a lot of damage, but at the same time, it felt like the team was lacking a modicum of utility. You already have the bans on the table, and look at that, Aphelios is banned on the red side. FPX are doing big brain stuff.
Yeah, FPX are like, let's get rid of 200 years, and if you want to, I mean, right now, I think they could absolutely ban the Ezreal, they could ban the Volibear, they could ban the Syndra. There's a lot of tools here for FPX. Personally, I prefer the Syndra. Yes, there we go.
Okay, so Syndra's taken out, so is Wukong, so is Galio, so is Karma, and we do see, oh my, okay. So a normal person would look at this Kalista and say, hey, this is a puff color, right? And I know this could very well be a Shy Kalista, because one of the games that the Shy hard carried was on that Kalista, so it could potentially be a Kalista top lane. But right now we need to assume that it is a flexible pick for Invictus Gaming. FPX, they heard our pleas and they're hovering over the Kaisa. Don't tease us like that.
Yes, we're gonna see a game without Aphelios or Ezreal.
They be teasing us. It is Kaisa locked in. I'm actually very happy about it.
Yeah, no. As we talked about beforehand, and as we talked about outside of the game, both think that Kaisa is very underrated in this situation. She still is one of the best team fighting AD carries in the game. She is definitely the best diving AD carry in the game. And by picking up this set here, you do create an interesting situation where you can flex it into the top lane or into the support role, and that is interesting. The blind pick Twisted Fate here in the first rotation. I am very interested. I'm one of those people that it took me a little bit to actually understand why the Twisted Fate had become meta again. Most of the people I've talked to have said that it is because of his ability to teleport easily to a side lane and then create an advantageous numbers game situation for whichever team has the Twisted Fate. But at the same time, I have seen it used to mix effects, namely Nemesis in the LEC has not really had that same level of success on it. We didn't see it really succeed in RNG's game earlier today. The Olaf here will be a good counter into it because the fact that you can't really lock it down with the gold card, unlike most other frontliners who are looking to go in. So that'll give Tian a good pick to be able to barrel forward and give Puff or the Shy, whichever one does take that Kalista, a bad time.
So right now, what I'm looking at this draft, you're absolutely right. I mean, TF. I wanted to add a little bit on the TF pick because I don't feel like he's the type of champion that will solo win a game. He always is reliant on a team, but he gives enough control and enough information to your team that he can actually promote solid plays and solid movements throughout. Because I mean, if you see that the whole team is bot lane, you can absolutely move top and place vision and start setting up the map for that side. Now, second rotation of bans coming through. Thresh is not going to be an option here for Invictus Game, and we also don't know where that Kalista is going to go just yet. Fiddlesticks is banned away from Doin B, and that's a heartbreaker.
It's the banned away from Doin B. It is a heartbreaker because we would love to see that Fiddlesticks for Doin B. It does have a good matchup into the Twisted Fate, as we did see earlier. And overall, right now, when you're looking at the Twisted Fate, you need to really just prepare for it. And that Lulu does indicate that will be a top lane set regardless.
No.
And that it'll be a Lulu support. Or the flip side, it could be a support set and a mid lane Lulu.
Or a top lane Lulu, because if you're
top
going against the
Lulu
Shy
into Kalista.
Yes, because you're
Only Khan
Dude,
would have the
you're
cojones to pick top lane.
You're
Lulu
slowing
into
down
Shy.
Kalista, and one of the ways to counter Kalista is to just slow her to death.
It's top Kalista.
It is. It is top Kalista. We called it from the get-go as soon as we saw it. It is for Khan because you have an Ashe and you have the Leona for Invictus Gaming. Okay, Invictus Gaming are playing solo queue because they just picked their lanes top to bottom.
Yes, they did, but oh my god, tell me that that's a Lulu in the top lane for Khan. Tell me that is a Lulu into the Kalista of the Shy. Oh no! Oh my god! Please pick this! Oh my god, I love Kled. Please, I love this champion, especially into this matchup, because it doesn't matter how much you hop when freaking Kled can just stick to you like white on rice. But overall, like, again, I still do love this Mordekaiser pick here because of the fact that it is one of the situations that despite how much the Kalista can hop, her hopping strategy is incredibly predictable. This leaves a situation where Mordekaiser can very easily do it. But yes, it is Lulu mid, and I think that this is because of the fact that now in the setups, all you really need to do in these fights is you need to make sure whoever rookie gold cards, you use the wild growth on that specific person. Because otherwise, like, IG have next to no bulk. Like, their damage takes a while to do out, but they have no front line to sustain during that DPS output. And your whole laning power is a little bit negated by the fact that you have one of the more laning dominant split pushers here in the Mordekaiser.
No, I absolutely agree. Now, the thing is, even if FPX didn't have a huge front line, they can create a huge front line with that Lulu in the mid lane. This is a very interesting draft from both teams. I do miss sometimes the super carry Doinby. Most of the times now he's just been the team supporter Doinby in the mid lane. But hey, FPX can absolutely work around it, and Invictus Gaming are finding it really, really hard to really deal with this. But at the same time, I do feel like the Mordekaiser pick is going to struggle against the Kalista just because he doesn't have any direct CC to stun her and to get close to her. So the Shy will most of the time just be able to hop away from Mordekaiser's E.
Be able to hop away to an extent, but again, Callista has a fairly predictable hopping strategy. So usually, if you can get it right in the middle, you will still hit her even through the hop with that Death's Claw. But the main point of it, so that I'm thinking is that I expect Khan to actually go for the Rylai's Crystal Scepter first this game instead of the Leandre's Torment, just because that if he lands that Obliterate on top of that Callista, it's going to impact her mobility so much that as soon as she goes down into the Death Realm, that is going to be an insta-gimp in favor of Khan, because one Obliterate will lead to her death.
And let's see how it goes, because Invictus Gaming are on the blue side for the second game. FPX on match point on the red side. The teams are ready to go. Doinby packing the unsealed spellbook on that Lulu mid.
Yeah, and I can understand why he would want to take it in this sort of situation, purely because that with those utility summoner spells like Exhaust and Heal, it can provide a very, very beneficial situation, especially because you only really have two forms of engage on IG. You have the kick from Ning, and then you have Southwind. Well, I mean, I guess you have Puff's arrow, but in terms of like going into the fight and making sure, it's only onto Southwind and Ning.
Let me tell you something. If that first axe would have landed, Southwind would have been a dead boy, because those axes would be resetting. But FPX, they have the level 1 advantage. They go for the late invade, and they want this red buff. But this is going to create a team fight at minute 144. Buff is in trouble. He's forced to heal out. The red buff is still standing. Something's got to give. The smite does not go down as the red buff resets. Tion is forced to flash out of the way. Puff still has his own flash. Invictus Gaming start to scatter. What a mess of a level 1 here in the second game for Invictus Gaming versus FPX.
It's not even done!
It's not done! What a huge pull from Crisp. He doesn't have the Haymaker. Southwind is trying to zone them out. Invictus Gaming don't have anything to fight with. And right now, you already have Tion at a solid level 2. Opal, you're absolutely right. We're not done yet, because FPX want to take over this bot side jungle.
It's Fiesta time! Oh my god, that was beautiful. Both the Fiesta in the early game and then the graphic. Okay, so with how much time is spent up there, I mean, that can eventually start to impact this matchup, but that doesn't come until he at least gets the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Right now, he's at the complete and total mercy of the Shy's range in this matchup.
Supposedly he is. But then again, with the way that the first few levels went, I don't know. It's like, look at Khan's initial items. He went for the cloth armor. He wants to not let the Shy really do anything for the initial periods of the game. He wants to go for or it looks like at least he wants to go for either the Zhonya's or even a Bramble Vest could be good here. But on the flip side, I mean, you have the Shy with the Cull, so he understands that the matchup isn't ideal for Callista. So he just wants to scale, get that mid-game power spike, sell the Cull, get a big item.
And honestly, for both these teams, your focus should really be into the top lane. Make sure that you can get those ganks down. Make sure that you can prop that person up to contend for the rest of the game. Because again, the Callista is so squishy that it's going to be very dangerous for them. Flash and the face breaker.
Flash, face breaker, Haymaker misses Southwind on the center. Puff is still trying to fight back, and there's nothing left for FPX to really go in on. There's a nice cheesy brush there from FPX that costed Invictus Gaming Puff's flash, and that's an Ashe without a flash. Not too great.
I mean, the Ashe without a flash has no dash, and that means that she'll be easy pickings for something like the Olaf deciding to come down there with the Undertow, with that increased movement speed of the Ragnarok. Once he hits 6, there's a lot of options there for FPX to work with now in that bottom lane.
I'm more concerned about how this mid lane is going to roll. I mean, Doinby is packing full utility on this Lulu. He doesn't even want to go for the damage. He doesn't really care for trades. He's got the dematerializer with the corruption potion, so he's just there. Much like what we saw in RNG's game.
Yeah,
that Lulu mid just exists for utility.
Pretty much, and look at where Crisp is.
Rookie, not a lot of mana in his pool, but he still has something to go for here. He gets, oh my god, he gets a face breaker stun off. The ignite goes through, and the first blood goes for Doin B. Crisp.
I mean, I said look at Crisp last game. I didn't realize that would carry over to a level 3 roam from the set to kill Rookie. What a play there from the FPX support. It's creating situations where that Lulu is propped up. And one of your main win conditions if you are IG is the split push game between the Shy's Callista and Rookie's Twisted Fate. The cross-map potential from the Twisted Fate could easily turn a 1v1 into a 3v1 with extra movements coming in from Ning 2, able to join a fight very easily. Now, if you're starting to set that Twisted Fate behind, that's going to create a situation where even if it is a 1v2, it is a manageable 1v2 in favor of FPX.
It is true. Now, let's see how they can actually manage the fact that, I mean, I don't think it's up to FPX to really manage anything. Invictus Gaming are the ones that have to deal with FPX's aggression. Because, I mean, Ning, much like what happened last game, he's being rendered useless in the second game as well. The invades on his jungle, the control that FPX are really applying, and the pressure that they're applying on Invictus's jungle, is really denying a lot of pressure, a lot of potential pressure that Elysian would have early on.
Yeah. And this is one of those situations where it could also be a scouting issue, because if, as you've seen from FPX thus far, FPX has only had 3 series thus far to the 5 of Invictus Gaming thus far this split. So this could just be that Tian has a much better read on how Ning has been pathing on these most recent patches and on these champions as of late, rather than Ning not having that same level of exposure onto Tian. He's playing Ning like a fiddle, honestly.
It's true. It's a real shame when you see Ning do this. I mean, we've already talked about in Champion Select in a little bit of an extension how little pressure do Invictus Gaming have, how little bulk they have. In fact, to promote. So what you expect to see from Ning is early game ganks to promote 2v1s and 2v3s. Favorable to Invictus Gaming in order to catapult there early, but Tian's just doing such a great job in denying him, so that he's going to allow Khan, even Doinby, and Chris to really scale as bulk tank bruiser things that can absorb that damage.
So, apologies about that. I had to mute my mic a moment to sneeze, but I have a hypothetical for you, AC, and I would like to tell me how you handle this situation. All right? Right, you are IG. Your composition is all squishy except for that Leona, all right? You have an Olaf running at you with mostly damage coming in. How do you stop him?
You try to hop away. You try to hop away as the Shy. You try to Destiny away as Rookie, or at the very least, you try to maintain as much control as you can. Because right now, Tian is running with the game.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like in a team fight. What do you do? What do you do?
Oh, you don't team fight. As Invictus, you probably don't want to team fight. Or you try to do this. You flop an arrow from cross map. It's a possibility. Try to disengage FPX from that herald. They already have it on the hands of Tian. So you really can't do anything when it comes to team fights. Invictus Gaming do have a setup for a nice split push, maybe. So what they need to do is give the Shy openings so that he can promote the split push.
Yeah, I mean, he has the CS lead to set up a split push thus far, but it really won't come online until he does get that Blade of the Ruined King. So we'll have to see what comes out there, or it could be some of them. But I do expect the Bork to be the first item from the Callista. It's just one of the best split push items in the game at the moment, and it synergizes so well with not only her kit, but also just the way that she wants to deal DPS. So there is that to think about. The Cloud Dragon is coming up in 1:30 seconds, so that would be another Drake that actually would be incredibly beneficial for IG here. That's the Death Realm, and not quite in the range that I think Khan wanted.
It's in the range. It's just I feel like it was a Death Realm to just try to deny the Shy from going for that Rend dive. I don't actually know how many stacks Khan had from the Rend, but I do feel like going into the Death Realm, considering how the interactions with that ability work, he does lose all the Rend stacks inside the Death Realm.
Yeah, I had forgotten about that. Now, this drop into mid lane, most people I think like, waste of Rift Herald. I believe that the timer on the Rift Herald was actually about to expire, And with that, it does secure a little bit of extra gold for
He broke
Doinby.
Earth.
What?
I don't know. Never mind. Khan's recall broke the Earth. Go on.
Oh yeah, no, that's just Mordekaiser being an epic badass. But overall, I love how FPX are deciding to split up the allocation of resources in this game. They are leaving LWX in a bottom lane that won't be able to really threaten him, so to speak, as long as Puff doesn't have the arrow. Yes, the arrow is back up at the moment, but Southwind still doesn't have the solar flare. That's the major point here. Without both Flash and Solar Flare combined as a unit, that leaves a situation where LWX isn't really in that much of a danger of being killed, especially if he's farming very close to his tower. He has the cleanse, so he could easily just cleanse off one of those two major ultimates, being in this case the only one that was up at the time, the Enchanted
sure.
Crystal Arrow. And it allows him to get so much solo gold in the side lane while Crisp is just roaming.
One thing that Invictus Gaming are doing right, though, is the fact that they're allowing the Shy to just scale. Like, you have a 30 CS lead on the Shy, facing off against Khan. You already have the Sanguine Blade on the Shy as well. It's a huge first item to have on that Callista.
Okay.
And right now, FPX are just ignoring the Shy for the time being. And this is good for the top laner of Invictus Gaming. He is a win condition. We talked about how he can actually scale off of that Callista. Flash out from Southwind. Look at the Shy going for Khan. There goes the showstopper on Rookie. The arrow flops once again. FPX are going to try to fight this out, but LWX is not in position to go in. So they're just going to disengage. They don't want to just go in on the Shy like that.
And again, also, what an arrow from Puff there. Once again, I mean, these arrows are just not only not hitting the mark, they're not even coming close to hitting the mark. I'm wondering what's going on with Puff here in those situations. But also, Ning's health bar should show you the exact problem that I mentioned earlier with IG's composition in the face of the Olaf. As soon as Tian starts to get a little bit more bulk, maybe a little bit of armor to negate a little bit of the damage from the Callista and the Lee Sin and the Ashe, it will be a situation where they won't be able to stop that rampaging Viking.
How does Doinby the second most gold? What? I mean, I get the Shy, he had the Cole. How is Doinby the second most rich player in the game? What the heck is going on?
I believe he got both tower plates.
Okay, still, he's playing support Lulu.
Yeah, but this is a good situation for Tian.
That's a death roll coming in. Tian might go for the 1v1. You also see the Destiny come in. They want to defend this tower. Teleport goes through. This could be dangerous for FPX. This tower is still alive. They're going for Rookie. They try to collapse on him, but Rookie is fast on his feet. Yellow card is in his hand. Might be going for Tian. Tian still has Ragnarok to try and run down the Shy who's running low on mana, but I don't feel like FPX can defend this tower against this wave.
Yeah, no, it's just opportunity for any kill pressure there. Yes, that is a very good first tower for IG, but this is more so something that you should have been trying to take about 3 minutes ago. At 13.5 minutes, most of your utility or most of like your time to really take that first tower. Yay, he did. Most of your time to take that first tower has already passed. I mean, you're now down to what, 15 seconds left on the tower plates? You should have taken that tower about the 10-minute mark and then moved around the map to take another tower off of your early game spikes.
That didn't exactly. Well, that didn't exactly materialize as we see here. I'm kind of concerned at how FPX are going to play around their mid game right now, because you do see the Shy is becoming a real problem. Like. Over 50 CS advantage on Khan. 5 plates versus none. It's a lot of gold that Khan that the Shy has over Khan. And right now the win condition for FPX isn't necessarily active, so to speak. So this mid game might be a little bit of concern for FPX.
Well, the mid game I would say the win condition for FPX doesn't really revolve around Khan at all. Really, it's going to revolve around getting Tian in these team fights. As we see right here.
Oh my god, the Ren just completely disintegrated Crisp. You do see Tian trying to go for a kill in trade, but the Shy is still big. He's running low, but Tian is forced to back away with the Dragon Rage kick. Khan comes in late for the fight. The Shy is running low on health, but he's still going to stay mid lane to farm up with a Sanguine Blade.
And again, on the flip side, if they had decided to go for the Shy there, the Shy would have been the one who's who's seeing gray and white. It would have been a great situation there for them to be able to pick off the shy, but they took the very safe situation of just picking off Southwind. The Crisp dying to the Ren, I believe, was just a miscalculation by Crisp. Overall, I don't expect those situations to come often. I feel like that was more so a bad fight by FPX to start off, rather than what we would continue to see for the rest of the game.
But this is going to give extra gold over to the Shy. Can he
That it
actually?
is.
My question is, can he actually be the 1v9 win condition that we've come to expect of the Shy playing Callista?
Well, I mean, he can't really do it if you have both Olaf and Lulu here in this bottom side. As soon as the Ragnarok and the Wild Growth are up, that creates a situation where the Shy cannot step up, or he's going to get put down almost immediately.
But still, I still believe. I want to believe. I really want to believe in the Shy. I mean, it's going to prolong the series. Oh, Destiny coming through. Could be dangerous. Oh, rookie! He goes right in the face of Tion. Tion smacks him over the head. He's forced to back away. So after Southwind collects the kill on Tion, this could be great for Invictus Gaming because it opens up the avenue for the Mountain Dragon coming in.
Again, the damage from this Callista is actually a lot more staggering than I expected it to be. I mean, I've seen this pick before, but still, the burst damage that he's got right now with that Sanguine Blade and those components to the Blade of the Rune King is legitimately staggering compared to what I would expect here. I think it does chalk up to the fact that Tion is building full damage at the moment, and I would like to see him pivot into a little bit of armor there to protect against the Shy. But thus far, Invictus, they're impressing me thus far with their execution in this game in terms of relying on their solo laner strengths.
True, and I mean, we were talking about the fact that IG don't have any real frontline champions to deal with the FPX damage output. If they manage to collect 4 Mountain Dragons, that is going to really catapult their resistances and put them in a place where virtually anybody with the least amount of resistances can actually tank shots from FPX.
Yeah, that'll make it to the situation where that Leona is legitimately on par with a top lane frontline tank. It's really a powerful pick there. And they're saying that the Shy is OP in this game. I completely agree, even though I have no idea what those statistics are.
What do you mean?
At the bottom of the screen, I was making a comment about that thing at the bottom of the screen.
Okay. I mean, it's Oppo Ace 2, 90 hertz monitor. Pretty good for gaming and playing Raid Shadow Legends. But still, the Shy's gonna get solo gold for yet another tower. So we're still seeing the Shy becoming a 1v9 machine. FPX are completely ignoring him.
You brought up Raid Shadow Legends, and yes, they are completely ignoring him, like, as much as I would like to ignore that Raid Shadow Legends coming, but now Crisp is in a little bit of trouble.
Landed another shot on that arrow. Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming through. Wild Growth on Crisp just for the disengage. He pulls back Southwind with the showstopper. Could it be enough to get a kill? No, niggas have to save the day. Puff tries to output a little bit more damage. FPX are not fighting the fights that they want to fight.
Yeah, but look at the Shy.
Looking at the Shy. Uh-oh. Do FPX still have anything left in their tank to really here? Because I don't think they do.
My biggest question is, who is the Shy's soul bond? I'm not sure who he tethered to him with the Black Spear.
Does he have a soul bond already? He could be saving the soul bond for later on, if he needs to. But if I had to guess, I'd say Ning. Or maybe even Southwind. I'd say the most likely is Southwind. Oh, Ning! With a huge Dragon Rage kick, and it is Ning that's binded by his soul. There it is. The soul brings back Ning from that huge play. FPX still bite back, take away Rookie and Puff with them. But the Shy collects a huge kill off the back of that on LWX.
Yeah, but on the flip side, taking down both Rookie and Puff allowed the side of FPX to actually get the advantage. IG didn't take down the tower. FPX just did.
Feels like it's a bit of a mistake from Invictus Gaming, not gonna lie, going for these flashier team fights as opposed to keep the status quo of the Shy split pushing his way into a victory.
Right now, it's just the Shy split pushing is going, as you said, it is going to be a very potent and potential way to move forward in the game. But at the same time, if fights keep going like that, it won't matter if he's split pushing on the other side. All you'll need to do is basically barely clear into him while the rest of FPX is barreling down on your base. And I want to take a look at this replay here
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of this is going to, I would say that was a great kick on
I think that was
by Ning
unnecessary,
onto
actually.
LWX. I would say
A
it was
bit-
a good kick to start off, but the execution on the back end was very lackluster because, as you can see, Puff dies in the Death Realm because, as I said, everyone other than that Callista will be destroyed by the Mordekaiser in the Death Realm due to the sheer bulkiness and sustain that he can have while inside of it. And on the flip side, with Ning abandoned on the back end, he was just at the mercy of the three-man stack of FPX.
True, but once again, I do want to feel, I do feel like that flash from Ning was a little bit unnecessary considering he's already behind LWX. But you know, it worked out on the pick, but
Oh my god.
yeah, and it's the Shy doing the Shy things. Rookie, what are you doing? He
What was that?
immediately gets ulted back by Chris, forced to flash out. Invictus Gaming trying to pull a fight that they can't win. Okay.
I mean, I know the thing's called destiny, but that shouldn't mean that you want to die that much.
Well, he tried and didn't succeed. Puff does miss another Enchanted Crystal Arrow as the dragon is going to be alive soon enough in the Summoner's Rift here for the fourth time. You see Southwind in the midst of that fight. FPX are stacking 5 men for this dragon. They don't want to allow Invictus Gaming to get overly attached to these objectives. They don't want them to get overly bulky, so they want to contest them. Tiana's in a good position. He still has Ragnarok available, so he can deny some CC incoming from Invictus Gaming, who are being zoned out. The Shy has a lot of attack speed being taken away from him just because of the fact that there's so many people in that pit. It is the Shy who takes a dragon. What is going on? The Death Realm comes in for Southwind. And not the jungler, not the Shy. FPX might be in trouble. Khan is left behind. The Shy dealing so much damage, takes down Khan, courtesy of Ning, who gets Fate called into the front line.
Well, that answered my question from earlier of who is the soul bond of the Callista. It is Ning, the correct choice in this situation. But overall, I was saying keep your eye on Khan and Puff, and then he chooses to ult
Solar Flare.
The Solar Flare.
Crisp gets locked in, a lot of damage being outputted by the Shy Haymaker to try and maybe zone out the people from Invictus Gaming, but there's a huge dent being made here by Invictus, which soon will open a gaping hole in the defense of FPX.
Yeah, right now they are up about 3,500 gold, and it is only growing over time. Namely, if you look at the way that the Shy's gold, if they do show it here, I imagine right now that he's easily 2,000 gold above of Khan, if not more, just on his lonesome, and it's creating such a massive advantage here for the side of Invictus Gaming. Despite the hole that Rookie is trying to dig them, the Shy is saying, all right, Rookie, I will take your shovel and I will see you a bulldozer.
I mean, at this point, Rookie isn't really playing a carry. I guess he's playing the role that Doinby is also playing, which is basically kind of a support in his team. But in this case, his utility relies on making sure that Invictus Gaming know virtually at all times where FPX are rolling from.
I mean, and he is able to do that. Is able to do that with the Destinies. LWX picked again.
There's a 4K discrepancy between Khan and the Shy. Crisp flashes up against the wall, but that's fine. Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands on the Crisp. In comes the Wild Growth. Crisp is in trouble. Huge Haymaker. No damage output. The Shy takes down Crisp. FPX down to members. LWX is cuddling in base with Crisp as the Baron play comes live for Invictus.
Yeah, and as you said, that is going to be Baron for the side of Invictus Gaming. There's no real contest opportunity here from FPX.
Khan goes up.
Oh, no.
Khan goes down. The Shy collects another kill. Back to Baron. Don't worry about it. Nothing happened.
And on paper, the biggest problem I have with this is on paper, the FPX composition works so well. We talked about in draft how the IG looked to be completely outdrafted in the setup. but then the execution from FPX was just not there like it was in game 1. They did not put the priority into the top lane to negate the Shy, and as a result, the Shy is able to do things like
Ooh,
this.
that was close. Tian tried to flash in. In comes a wild growth. Ning kicks Tian out of the pit. FPX lose the Baron on the 50-50 smite. It's Ning that collected.
Bye.
Well, oh, okay, well, it's okay. LWX blew up. He goes in for Doyen B, but the Shy runs out of tempo there on the jumps.
It runs out of tempo, but it is all in the tempo being set by Invictus Gaming in this game. As we said, again, you needed to shut down the Shy. 502 doesn't look like he got shut down to me. So let's take a look once again at this fight. LWX caught way out of position in the face of Ning. Teleport coming in from the Shy there. And again, instantly, you created a situation where Invictus Gaming now have complete control of the map. They have the Baron minions, which are going to be so hard for the side of FPX to clear, because 2 of their major wave clearers are AP, and Baron minions do have that increased magic resist.
Oh, man, the Shy 3-item spike with a quick Silver Session in his inventory as well. What's up, dude?
The Shy crit 3 times against LWX
Don't know.
with 25% crit chance.
Well, it's time to shine as the Crisp goes in, tries to pull the Shy back, but immediately cleanses. He's down!
They shut him down!
They shut down the Shy. It's late, but it's there. And now it's Khan inside the Death Realm trying to take down Southwind. Leona is bulky, but Leona is still alive and kicking. They're all 5 members trying to chase down the support. The Wild Haymaker goes down. Southwind is still resisting, but the inhibitor tower is exposed and the Rookie makes a grand escape.
He didn't even have to make that escape, honestly. He could have just kept going because that tower fell down faster than Southwind. It's seriously, that was such a commit there onto the support on the back end. They should have taken the Shy and then reset their waves to make sure that they didn't lose any more than they already had. It was such a really big overcommit. Yes, you got the kill on the Southwind, but what are you going to get for it now? Rookie's not going to die to Crisp, and he's still split pushing on the side wave. Oh, okay, now he's overstayed.
He might be overstaying. You already see, if you look at the mini-map, you see Invictus Gaming collapsing on FPX collapsing on Rookie right now. Only Khan goes in. The call here is going for the Dragon. Ning goes in for the steal. He's got to stay then and there. No. He's able to walk out on Puff, but FPX are 1 Dragon away from Soul. This could be their saving grace. Rookie's trying to take home the game by himself. He's already accepted defeat, but he's still pulling so many resources away from FPX.
Again, it's like they just abandoned the thing on Rookie and chased the Mountain Drake. I mean, yeah, cool, you got the Mountain Drake, awesome. But you lost so much for it, and here comes the teleport.
Wait, oh no, that Solar Flare. It could have been crucial. The Solar Flare is down, and it looks like FPX might win this fight. Puff is still alive. He managed to take down LWX, who was left alone to his own devices. Once again, the Shy is shut down. Rookie is still down for the count. FPX are on a 4v3 scenario.
But again, I'm still so puzzled by what FPX did there on that side. Why would you go for that Dragon and just completely abandon the fact that Rookie, with no teleport, with no destiny, is literally taking your inhibitor and your Nexus Tower in Khan's face?
The thing is, Rookie was 0-2 when that play happened. So I guess he was like, okay, I already know that I'm going to die, so I might as well just take as much as I can. That was the call. He's not going to give anybody a shutdown. He's not going to do really anything for anyone.
Yeah, but you know what does even more for them than that kill? Having a tower and an inhibitor.
Man, the Shy almost made it over the wall, by the way. But
almost made it over the wall, but in the end, he did fall.
He did. And now, I mean, LWX kind of went a little bit too deep on Puff. The call was not there, and I feel like if FPX managed that fight a little bit better, they could have taken a little bit more than just a couple of kills for themselves, because they're still 5,000 gold down, and most of that gold is concentrated on the Shy's lead over a Khan.
Yeah, and right now, I would imagine there is a little bit of gold concentrated on Ning, because he has been so good at helping take down LWX thus far over the past few minutes. So that is mostly where it's going to be, is in those 2 people. But again, also, they will fall off here shortly if Khan and Tian start to build in a little bit more tank items. I do not agree with this BF sword at all by Tian. I feel like you have to go with you got to go with the tank item here. Honestly, this is going to sound very bad, but I think the best item here would
going for the GA.
I okay, I can understand the GA, but I still think the best item here would actually be Randuin's Omen. Because of that active, I think it would be great.
That is not great. The Shy in the front line, it's not where you want to be. Southwind's job right now is to peel for Puff and the Shy, but if push comes to shove, he will peel for the Shy over Puff.
Well, that's because the Shy is relevant.
True. I mean, Puff no longer has his ultimate. Rookie is split pushing, and this is IG playing to their win condition. Their win condition right now is maintaining split push, forcing FPX's numbers thin, and forcing to make mistakes. And right now they made a huge mistake. They left the mid wide open. As you do see Doinby topside still clearing out waves. You do see the Death Realm come down. The tower is low. The tower is down. Finally, Doinby joins the fight in the middle of it. You do see Southwind being tossed around like a rag doll, but Doinby somehow still alive. Ning in the backline is going to dive. Shutdown goes in, but it's a 2-for-1. FPX are in trouble. This could be game for Invictus Gaming as they take down FPX 1 by 1. LWX still alive. Could be looking for that Void Seeker. Lands on Puff. The Nexus is exposed. Invictus Gaming looking to tie the series. They find it, and it's Puff that takes the last hit on the Nexus 1-1 on this best of 3 series.
Yeah, and during that last fight, we saw a lot of focus onto Southwind there, and completely ignoring the Shy. FPX's teamfight priority in that last game was absolutely abysmal from start to finish, and it is really a situation that they need to clean up if they are going to win Game 3 and this series.
I mean, I told you about the Shy and his Callista. That Callista needs to go, or there needs to be a better answer. Because every time I see the Shy play Callista, what happens is time and time again, teams just decide to ignore it, and the Shy just plows a hole through the game by himself. It doesn't matter if you have frontline or not. The fact that you have the Shy so far ahead, nobody wants to take damage from him, is enough to close out a game.
Well, the good thing is that in this next game, it will be on the side of IG to ban because Callista is traditionally a red side ban. And it can leave open the Aphelios for FPX, so they could pick back up that pick that they themselves ban, and they could also just don't worry about banning the Ashe. It's not worth it. Not after that game.
But then again, maybe that was just
how many arrows did he hit compared to how many he missed?
Doesn't matter how many he missed. It matters how many he lands and how important they are. To no one's surprise, the Shy was the biggest damage dealer of that game. Rookie and Puff very, very neck and neck. LWX was missing throughout this game for the most part. Tion, top damage dealer as an Olaf. That's impressive.
I love that zoom in that we get from our producer Opal. Could you also zoom in on Khan's damage there? Because I would like to show everybody like just the difference between the Shy and Khan's damage, because that is almost 4 times, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that was an absolutely immaculate show of dominance from the Shy, and there's a reason that we say the guy is the best top laner in the world.
And I mean, look, credit is where credit is due. You did have Crisp do a lot of work. You did have Crisp roaming a lot throughout the map, making big plays. But the fact still remains. The Shy was untouched in this backline. His positioning was perfect. Nobody could really get to him. And whenever you thought someone was getting close to him, immediately someone on Invictus Gaming's squad was able to make him, or was able to keep him nice and safe, even after these plays where it looked like IG were biting more than what they could chew.
Yeah, and also,
how did Rookie get there?
He ulted. He ulted there.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, Rookie's ultimates were very hit or miss, but in the end of the game, I believe that it is his ability to set up that split push on the side lane, and FPX's complete ignoring of him in that situation that led to their victory. It really opened up a gap in the base of FPX that IG now did not have to worry about. They could make their split push so much more focused between the top and the mid lanes that it really didn't matter. Their response time was too quick for FPX to handle, and their team fight priority from FPX was not good enough to really match the damage that IG were able to output.
That's true. I mean, it also got to a point where, yes, FPX were focusing down the Shy. Yes, they were starting to shut him down. They killed him, like, I think it was 3 times in a row. But it got to a point where they were already allocating so many resources to shut down the Shy. How are you going to handle the rest of the fight? You couldn't. You didn't have Wild Growth, you didn't have the Showstopper, you didn't have virtually anything, and you had Rookie in a side lane just split pushing, taking towers home. And he could just ult into the fight whenever he wanted to.
Yeah, he really could. And at the end of the day, the Kalista needs to go. That is what you learned from game 2.
I don't know. I feel like Kalista is a problem in the Shy's hands, but there are better ways to deal with the Kalista than just wasting a ban on her.
I mean, given the fact that FPX do have the option of side selection in this game, because of the fact that they did lose the previous one, I believe that they would choose blue side because of the fact that it would allow them to control whether or not they get the Aphelios in the first pick. Therefore, they could take it off of their own bans and then actually swap it for the Kalista, whereas IG will actually now have to resort to the red side bans, things like the Varus, things like, as you said, they will... as we said, they would be the ones who would have to ban the Aphelios if they don't want to see it.
I doubt they're going to ban the Aphelios.
Along with the other bans.
I really, really doubt they're going to ban out the Aphelios. But to no one's surprise, the Shy was the MVP for this second game. Look at that, 38% damage dealt, or 30% of the damage dealt was by the Shy. 83.3% kill participation, and the damage to gold, oh baby.
So that face right there, to me, just reminds me of that Michael Jordan meme of, stop it. Get some help. And that's exactly what Khan needed this game. He needed to stop and get some help. But unfortunately, Tian was just completely determined not to help out the Mordekaiser.
Tian was determined to shut down Ning.
That just did not make... Let's say, well, it seemed more like... His ganking was almost non-existent in the early game, and this was a game where, yes, shutting down Ning would have been good, but at the same time, you really needed to shut down the Shy in the top lane. I would have loved to see more rims up there to be able to shut down that pick, and I would love to see him return to that more high ganking style that we did see in game 1.
And we'll have to wait and see for game 3 if that's going to happen, as we're going to take a short break. 1-1 FPX versus Invictus Gaming. You won't want to miss the epic finale of this Best of 3 series, so we'll be right back with you. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game numero 3 from FPX versus Invictus Gaming. The sides could be swapped, but hey, you know who else is swapped? It's Hypertension got swapped out by Nightstar. How you doing, man? Welcome back.
Thank you. Just thought I'd drop in for game number 3. You know, take the best game out of the entire series after a bit of a flop of my first series. You know.
Hey, look, you got a chance of redemption here. You can think Hypertension later. How you doing, man? It's just a long time no see since last week, huh? It's fun stuff as we cast FPX versus Invictus Gaming. So, were you able to catch these games or not?
Yeah, I did. I got to watch Mr. The Shy just go full Callista there.
Yes.
I think we might see a ban on it.
Okay. Why would you say that? I mean, it's just Callista.
It's Callista when Tien decides to say, "All right, Cotton, you have fun."
I'm gonna just come in here really quick. Did we just watch the same game, AC? Like, did you not see that as well? I don't know. We saw the UV casted the last time he bloody played it up in the top lane. It's a bit ridiculous, you know.
It is, but I'm just trying to make sure that Nightstar knows what we're talking about. Okay?
Well,
let Nightstar express himself.
Then you know what?
I'll try to bait him into a pit so I can punch him down. Don't
you know
worry
what?
about it.
You know what? I'm gone. Enjoy your draft.
Well, thank you, because hey, FPX take down Puff's Ashe alongside Ning's Lee Sin. Still no Callista.
Yeah, still no Callista. There's 3 options with this last ban: Aphelios, Callista, Ezreal.
Why would IG ban Callista though? That's the thing. They're not. Oh wait, Galio. You know, I've seen a lot of priority on Invictus Gaming taking out Galio. I reckon it's going to. It's a ban marked at Doing B. But this is obviously going to leave Aphelios open for FPX to first pick right off the bat.
Yeah, but it does allow IG to then insta-pick the Callista here for themselves. And given the fact that they do have the last pick, they could just hold on to it the entire draft and then recalibrate at the very end. So I think for IG, you just insta-lock this, and then give yourself the option of playing at bot lane, because Callista Thresh is still a very good solid lane, and it also denies the Thresh away from the Aphelios.
It is true, going for the Shadow Walls. Now my question here is it really worth it to give Puff the Callista, considering that the Shy is such a monster with that champion in the top lane?
I mean, it would allow them to be a little more teamfight heavy with the Callista in the bottom lane, because of the ability to just teamfight around dragons, having that ult. It could still have the same possibility if they do fall onto the Ezreal for that bot lane pick. But obviously the Ezreal takes a little bit longer to actually come online versus a Blade of Rude King, Runan's Callista.
Oh. So you have the Nautilus Aphelios. I want to say Nautilus Aphelios bot lane, but at the same time, we're talking about Doinby.
Yep.
In the mid lane.
We are.
So I am going to go on the limb and say that this Nautilus is flexing.
I mean, he is carrying a pretty heavy anchor, so those arms are pretty flexed.
I somehow knew you were gonna go there, but yeah, it could be going support, it could be going mid lane. Invictus Gaming lock in the jungle. It could potentially be matching up against the Trundle. I'm uncertain on how this matchup favors Ning, but this is a pick that Ning responded to the Trundle.
Yeah, and I think it's a solid pick for Ning because of the fact that we saw him on the Graves. The Graves, sure, around the dragons were, I mean, the dragons and objectives are pretty solid because he coin flips really well. But when it comes down to the playstyle, it just doesn't fit Ning's playstyle. Being able to just run around, kind of ape around, gank as many lanes as possible.
But apes together strong.
Well, the Jarvan fits Ning a lot better.
Okay.
And he'll also be able to provide utility for his team afterwards, whereas the Graves doesn't have that playstyle for Ning. If he ints in, you know, there's nothing gained from a Graves going in like that.
All right, so the LeBlanc is going to be taken out away from Rookie as well.
Okay.
Hale locked out of the Shy just in case that is a Kalista Thresh bot lane. Considering that Thresh is one of the main responders whenever Kalista's in the bot lane. Kalista likes having these playmakers to play with her. Puff not only locks in the Rumble, it also takes away the Rumble from Doin B. I think this is a solid pick because it can flex top and mid, and it maintains all of the mystery behind Invictus Gaming's composition, but Doin B doesn't care because Doin B doesn't have anything that can cancel out the Fiddlesticks right now. And so he's gonna go Fiddlesticks. No, me and the Hypertension have been hinting at the Fiddlesticks in Doin B's hand from game 1, and finally on game 3, here it is.
Yeah, the Fiddlesticks, I got to see it game number 2 of the
Yes, you did.
V5 RNG series. It was
Tankle sticks?
it was pretty dumb. It was definitely
Right.
pretty dumb. And so now we get to see where this Kalista is actually going. It has a pretty solid matchup in the top side against the Renekton if they want to send it there. Unfortunately, though, the Rumble doesn't have a great matchup into the Fiddlesticks because Fiddlesticks doesn't care about Rumble mid.
Neither does he
so-
care about the Orianna, but she's still locked in, and it is going to be Puff playing the Kalista with Southwind on the Thresh bot lane. Orianna doesn't have... Actually, nah. This can't... Okay, alright, we're still swapping around. I was like, oh, wait, is this Fiddlesticks? Okay, it's not, okay. Doin B in the mid lane, there are no bad matchups here on IG side. You can throw in the Rumble, you can throw in the Orianna. Doin B doesn't really care up until level 6, where Orianna can actually disrupt them with the Shockwave. Top lane, Renekton doesn't have a bad matchup either into Rumble, Orianna, or even Kalista if it had to come to that.
Well, the Kalista can be pretty rough, but certainly against a Rumble, you eat Rumble for breakfast. I remember watching one of Ibris's streams. You know, Mr. Rumble Extraordinaire. He hard ran it down in that lane. So you know,
When is Ibris not running it down?
that's
question.
also true. That is also true.
So you
but
can't really take his his games as a point of argument. I guess.
not a good yardstick. I agree. But with
I'm saying that, but then I exist. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
but usually I'm pretty critical about Renekton picks in general.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've gassed with me quite a bit, and
What? Okay, I mean, thank you. All right.
the face of a defeated man.
The face of a man who's taking notes.
But the Renekton pick definitely ended up working out really well here, because he should just shut down the Shy really, really hard this game,
Yeah.
and I wouldn't be surprised if the Shy gives his best Ibris impression.
It could be a nice contrast to the last game where the Shy went hyper carry 1v9 mode to the Shy that goes hyper syncing Invictus
Yeah.
Gaming to the
The
ground mode.
duality of the Shy.
Exactly. Can we see it back to back? We'll have to wait and see as we head into game number 3, the last game of this best of 3 series between FPX and Invictus Gaming. Super curious to see how Doin B is going to interpret this Fiddlesticks in the mid lane, but he is packing Aftershock, which tells me that he might go Tankle Sticks again.
I mean, it is going to be
Uh-huh.
tank sticks. There's no other play. There just really isn't. And I mean, it's also Doin B. What do you expect out of him? Come on, man.
Miracles. And sunshine
he-
and para dances.
Yeah.
As,
So look at that trade. Oh my God, Rookie just.
Are you
cannot
kidding
do a
me?
thing.
Yeah, that was actually a
Oh, yeah.
wow.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah, he's just spamming drains. There's no way the Rookie can interrupt that drain from Doin B, so he's just going to freely be able to cast Drain time and time again with like a 2-second cooldown.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, this is why this mid lane is just so impressive because
Just-
Rookie
yeah.
normally with Orianna, you talk about, okay, well, the Orianna is going to position really well. You're going to weave in your autos, maybe throw in a ball every once in a while, and you just mechanically tool that lane. But the Fiddlesticks does not care about your lane mechanics whatsoever.
No, he just runs you down
because-
and drains you.
Well, I mean, even whatever damage you throw at him, he'll just heal it all up in the next wave.
Exactly. Like he just negates your damage output, especially considering it's an Orianna. Her damage output is neglectable at best in the earlier stages.
Definitely no burst damage on that champion.
No, not at all. I mean, there is a modicum of burst, but again, the drain is such a tool. It's such a tool that it doesn't really matter what you throw at him at this point in time, because Orianna is a champion that just needs items to be able to pop things.
I can't believe that the 2 games I cast in a row between series. It's just
Oh, hey,
Two games
it's the
of,
shy being eaten
Fiddlesticks.
alive by Renekton.
that
Tion's gonna come up
isn't-
top. He's gonna be taking control of the Scuttle Crab, declaring a little bit of dominance over on FPX's side over the top half of the Summoner's Rift. They might even promote a dive on the Shy pre-level 6. It's actually pretty accessible.
Yeah, and it's really important
Jeez,
for Khan
stop.
to get in this or well, okay. We get to
You
see
okay?
Rookie just really just slam his head into the wall because he has no mana, and Doinby doesn't
That's a
care.
dive. No, he
No,
doesn't.
that's a
Khan,
dead.
is he going to take the kill? Yes, he is. First blood goes over Tion. Tanks the tower, and FPX execute a nice, perfect dive. I mean, the contrast, it's, the duality of the Shy is starting to
The
come out.
contrast.
Exactly. Oh, man. No, that's a teleport. Ning is around the corner. Khan.
oh, okay.
Oh, that was a good turnaround.
Wait.
Ning pops up.
That's a
up
2.
Khan. It could be 2. Tion flashes up against the wall. Nang flashes after him into the tri-bush, and that's a double kill for the Shy. Scratch that duality. The Shy is still in the game.
No, that is the duality. It got encapsulated in that 1 minute of action. You saw
Oh,
him
okay.
run
So
it
we're
down.
disregarding the fact that Tion and Khan just into that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, exactly. You see him kill himself, and then you immediately see him just get a double kill right after that. And
Well-
now he's level 5, has the level advantage. Of course, he hasn't bought yet, so he
Has a red
isn't
buff.
able to really flex the advantage here. But
Yes.
definitely has a decent chunk of gold waiting, ready and waiting. As it
Ah.
looks like we're going to get the flip again.
Yes, but the Shy still has flash. He saved it
Okay.
from that last gang. Khan, slice and
Okay.
dice available. There he
Goodbye.
goes. And down he goes. That is a kill on the Khan, and that is a shutdown for Renekton. Free plates all around for Tion and Khan. And the red buff has been transferred. What a top plate! I love this. I hate it.
And as expected, Tien just goes straight back top to be like, "Yep, I want my red buff back." And the Shy just goes, "Yep, I'm going to harass you under tower, even though I know this harassment isn't actually going to get me anything."
Well, at least Ning can capitalize with the dragon in the bot lane since Tion is focusing so hard
Oh.
on top side. But hey, we're not done yet. The
Level 6.
Shy is going to get punished for
He's
his
in.
sins in the last game. There's the fear, there's the stun, there's the silence as well. Doinby, he's got a kindle gem, but he can tank that tower for weeks.
Yeah, he has aftershock. It's a balanced rune.
I can tell that.
Yep.
Is he dancing in front of the tower? Okay, he's recalling in front of the tower. That's fine. Okay, well, they want to make sure that the Shy is not going to be a problem this game, and so far they're succeeding in doing so.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it just comes back to the fact that the Shy just hasn't been able to dodge ganks like he used to.
How you're not able to dodge ganks as a Rumble against a Renekton? You're not allowed to. It's illegal.
I mean,
It's a good hook.
okay, that's so
Heel
good.
comes down. Ning fails the flag and drag. Puff still pops him with the rend. Crisp is
Wait,
now inside the
Ning?
Cataclysm, but he's not in a good position. He managed to dodge out. What the pillar? What Ning? Tion? Ah!
He just popped him over the wall. That's actually hilarious. And now
He wanted
Khan
to pop him
should
into the
just-
tower range.
Yeah.
No, the Shy is dead. Yeah, no, he's dead. Like, he's level 5. He's not even at 6 yet. He doesn't have the
Ibris?
equalizer.
Ibris?
Yeah, Ibris just
You
swapped
okay there?
keyboards with the Shy. It's just not. It does look like an Ibris game, absolutely. But yeah, FPX are just bullying the Shy out of this game. Wouldn't be surprised if he just gives up league overall this top lane.
Yeah, we're about to see the reverse in what we saw in game number 2 as far as CS and gold go in that top lane.
Mm-hmm.
The Shy should, I mean, he already is 2 levels behind, but it shouldn't get much better.
Oh no, I expect 3 levels to come through because look at that. They're already promoting a swap. Khan goes back to the top lane. He doesn't care that he's in a 2v1 against Puff. It's not the Shy. The Shy's not the one playing Kalista, so it doesn't really matter.
For IG, they are going to be able to trade out for this Rift Herald, but
The Shy. This is just.
he's just
Some-
not acting. Wait,
They're not. I mean, yeah,
okay.
and this is what you get for not respecting. Here you get a kill, but you're trading a kill off the Shy as well, giving him some gold and keeping some relevancy in his pocket. Now, Tion's being invaded. F1 to
Join
collapse
me.
on this. There it is. See the Crowstorm come through. Ning gets scared away. The silence only lands on Southwind, and Victus Gaming are going to be able to disengage off of this one.
Yeah, and that's actually a really nice series of events for IG. Being able to trade out 1-for-1 in that bottom lane allows the Shy to hit level 6. And with
Yeah.
that,
Oh my goodness. 9 minutes in, he's only at level 6 now. That is. I mean, his score line doesn't really represent how far behind he is. 3 and 5 is an acceptable score line,
Mhm.
but because it does mean that he's inputting some gold, but he's super behind in CS. We're 9 minutes in. Overall, the top lane is super behind in CS. You have 51 CS on Khan's side versus 41 on the Shy. That's not a lot of CS coming into this level of gameplay.
Yeah.
Southwind is
Eh,
under the tower. Slice and dice
okay.
in. Goes to the Cataclysm. Puff gets a pop. Can he get a second one? Tion disengages. Doinb comes in with the Fiddlesticks for the full disengage. Equalizer tickles Doinb a little bit, I guess.
Not
the
sure if
Herald
that
is
was the
summoned?
angle he was looking for, but Rookie has the angle.
He does have the angle. Gets silenced, gets feared. Forced to disengage. Shockwave on Doinb. That's the flame spitter coming through. The Shy is forced to walk away with the fear, but the Shy still gets a kill over on Doinb. Things are starting to collapse for FPX as Invictus Gaming start to ramp up the tempo.
Yeah, and when it comes to these multiple skirmish scenarios, that's when IG really shine. They're not a team fighting team. We've seen it time and time again. They win team fights by breaking it down into small skirmishes. But when the entire game is just revolved around these skirmishes, that's when they really shine. And it comes from the fact that the Shy was able to hit level 6 off of that 1v2 dive. And now that he has level 6, he has options available to him. He can continue to be in that 1v2 situation because he can just use his ultimate to farm the wave. Or he can come along and team up with the rest of his team to try and force team fights. And you see it right now. Now he is using his brain. He's turned the brain on. He's going to go farm some camps. And
Doinb seems to be in a little bit of trouble. Nice equalizer cutting off the
Okay.
pathing of FPX. What a huge fake call off the back of it. But can FPX turn
Oh,
around? Yes, they
he's
can,
healing.
because this is a team fight in Invictus. Flop team fights time
Okay,
and time
wait.
again. Unless the Shockwave is good. Ning comes in with the Cataclysm. They turn it around after being turned around. Double kill for Ning and a near ace for Invictus.
And what a turn from IG. And once again, just going back to my point, they win skirmishes when it turns into a chaos situation and you just cannot keep track of where everyone is, that's when they shine. But FPX, they're calling to not
I'm in
give up this
danger.
play.
I'm in danger, says Rook. He cleanses the stun. Khan is chasing after Rookie. He gets stunned by the Cola, the Meek, and he gets taken down midair. Mid-passage, he gets taken down. Puff now gets tempoed out as he gets feared away. Southwind might be in trouble here as his AD carry gets dredge lined. FPX, back-to-back fights. This is where they thrive. This is how they triumph. And now they're going to try to go for this tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, and FPX, this is a team that doesn't give up. They do not relent. As we get to see how that initial fight went, as Aftershock gets burned by Doinby early on. That's
Jesus.
why he has to just disengage as much as he can. But you
Oh,
just
but
see
that was
how much the
such a
drain
huge-
happens.
yeah.
And then you see that was so fat. Oh my god.
Ning's knockup was actually solidly huge. Knocked up 4 members of FPX. And the thing is, the thing of that fight overall was the fact that Doinby, since he's going tank Fiddlesticks, his Crowstorm damage is starting to get neglectable as bigger items start to roll in favor of Invictus.
It is pretty comical, especially with how scary the Crowstorm you
Could be.
would think
Yeah.
is going to be because of the old Fiddlesticks. Just knowing, I mean, if you ever played ARAM Fiddlesticks as well, you know how annoying that champion is when he uses that Crowstorm. But on full tank Fiddlesticks, I mean, yeah, you're there for the fear.
The damage is good up until like level 6, 7, maybe even 8. Depends on how the itemizations are going. But beyond that, it just becomes neglectable damage because it scales really well with AP. But if you're not building AP, the damage is not ramping up.
Yep, exactly. However, you're still going to get pretty solid utility because of the passive. Which then enables you to hit 5-man fears with that ultimate because of how his passive has been retooled. So that's really nice. But you've become a drain tank and a CC bot.
Exactly. But it comes to the fact that also his passive got reworked, so it's really easy to maintain vision control around areas as a Fiddlesticks. And I guess that falls inside the niche of what Doinby likes to play: utility champions that are useful for the team. And if you can maintain that much control around your lane, around the mid lane, where most teams thrive to go for objectives and where most games either succeed or collapse, I mean, Doinby's doing one hell of a job. And now we have a chance to look at the plates. LWX has been kind of missing throughout the game, but he did collect 4 plates off the bottom tower of the Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just part of how Aphelios plays. When he has Severum Crescendum, he just annihilates turrets so quickly. The moment you give time up to him, he's taken 2, 3 plates, and now here comes the flank.
Here comes the flank. Khan is behind the back of Invictus Gaming. Flashes in, tries to get them down. Rookie might be in trouble. Shockwave misses, and this could be good. FPX still have some tools to keep up the fight as the equalizer falls down the mid lane. Invictus Gaming try to desperately disengage from this one. Crowstorm still available. Herald summoned in the mid lane, and we could see FPX attempt to re-engage and not really allow Invictus to go back for the fights. What are you doing, Rookie? Flash in from Doinby. No fear available, but the Crowstorm comes in, and he does catch Rookie on the fear. Gets the kill. FPX go down for tier 2.
Rookie apparently didn't read the patch notes. Did not know about the Inferno map changes because he hit the blast cone in definitely the wrong angle. He was definitely trying to
you're trying to walk?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
He was definitely trying to path upwards to be able to flash over the wall, perhaps. But
is that a rookie mistake?
That's a rookie mistake.
Is that a rookie mistake?
Exactly. See, AC, you're starting to come around.
I'm sorry. end me. I'm suffering. Infernal Dragon is up. FPX have the opportunity to go for the first dragons here, and if they manage to get the 4 Infernal Dragons, that could potentially be dangerous here for the side of Invictus, because they have a lot of damage output.
Yeah. And you know what? The Doinby might actually do some damage if he's able to get a couple of them under his belt. Maybe.
Maybe. Still, no team is close enough to get the Dragon Soul just about yet, so this could be a prolonged fight for that objective. Teleport comes in.
Huh?
What are they contesting?
They're here for the dragon, guys.
Did someone not tell them that the dragon was just done? Because this is going to open up a lot of avenues for FPX to take side lanes. What the heck is this?
The Shy was like, I'm here for dragon. Don't worry, guys. I'm here.
Okay. I'm okay. Let's slow down, because they could have been trying to get the remainders of that dragon play that happened like a minute ago, and they could be going for an attempt at picks. Didn't quite work out that way, because FPX were long gone from that. They had nothing else to go for on the map, so they just had to reset from that one. There's no jungle to be farmed, and whatever jungle there is, Doinby is taking it.
You know, I'm really glad, AC, that you're trying to justify that teleport. Because there's no justification for that teleport.
Maybe he's trying to keep the cooldowns on par. I don't know, man.
He just wanted to hang out.
It was the Shy who teleported, right? It wasn't. It wasn't Rookie. Okay.
Yeah.
Because if it was Rookie, Rookie has unsealed spellbook. He could be cycling spells just for the sake of it. But okay. Well,
as you can see, the Shy, his teleport is on cooldown.
Yeah. True.
And it's going to be a pretty long cooldown, even though teleport now has scaling cooldown. So I mean, eventually it'll get shorter than it was before, but it's still a very lengthy cooldown. And now they're just looking for the Shy.
Well, they're going to find the Shy. The Shy is feared by the Crow Storm. He is gone, and it's a kill falling in the favor of Doinby. Tier 2 tower now is under siege as LWX and Connor keeping the waves nice and tight up against the structure.
Yeah, and a really good invade coming in from FPX, knowing that, hey, anyone comes around here, we just instantly kill them.
I don't think it was a play they were looking for, because I do feel like they wanted that tier 2 in the mid lane. But I mean, if they got the Shy, it's still a kill, and it's still pressure that they're claiming back to their side.
Yeah, and it prevents people from making that rotation. And also, if no one like decides to rotate for that, they just set up the dive on the 3 members in that mid lane. So either way, it does end up working out. They find the kill onto the Shy in that case, but yeah, FPX, the gold lead isn't quite that massive, but certainly when you compare it onto certain members, Con, you know, some of them are a little further ahead than others.
Absolutely. But still, if looking at scoreboard, it's super, super tight. I mean, it's still a game that could go either way. Even if IG find the chaotic fights or FPX find the controlled team fights, it could still go either way. It really depends on who has the advantage over the initiation of the fight, and who has the most control over the map. We've already discussed how FPX have the more facilitated control, given that there's a Fiddlesticks in the mid lane. But the biggest play to come through right now is going to be for that dragon, or not. I'm sorry, the Baron.
Yeah, the Baron's definitely next up on the table, since there really isn't a soul being threatened quite yet. Sure, the next one is in 40 seconds, so both teams will want to play around it. But the next big fight should be around Baron buff. This will be mostly just kind of jabs thrown each other's way. If a kill ends up falling for one side, it definitely will just be should be the other team just conceding dragon control. in that regard. But surprisingly, the Shy is keeping pace. He does have more farm than Renekton.
I would say that correlates directly to FPX's desperate attempts to keep him down, as we do see a fight roll out. The Crisp is going in, finds Southwind, but he turns his attention over to Ning and back to the Shy. The Shy still has his equalizer available. He drops it down by the river to try to disengage, but he gets taken down as he's strays way too far from the rest of his squad. Dragon not aggroed yet. FPX are looking to reposition before they can get something going. Doinb is in idle. He's looking for a pick. He still has his Crowstorm, or he doesn't have his Crowstorm available, but the Moonlight Vigil is up.
Yeah, and Doinb at this point, he just tanks really well here. And Crisp and Khan being on these flanks is just so annoying for IG. They cannot just full commit to this fight because they have to deal with these flanks. And that's why they are just struggling to make a decision.
Hello, Dragon. He steals it. What the heck was that? They pull him back, allowing Ning to steal the Dragon. Now a good teleport comes in. It's the Shy with the Rumble flying down. The fight rolls out. In comes the Moonlight Vigil. Everybody gets knocked up by Ning in a bit of a chaotic move. But look at Doinb. He is still draining. LWX is trying to pull people out of the fight and pick them one by one. But IG are keeping such a tight formation that they actually take the Dragon and the fight.
And IG, I don't know how you win that fight. They didn't have the Rumble ultimate for the start of that fight. You just see Rumble running in with that extra teleport move speed.
Room.
Yeah, literally just Roombud in. He didn't have anything else. And he just looked really silly. But now Khan, he's looking for the 1v5 opportunity.
Well, 3K left on the Baron. There's still a lot of opportunities to go in. That's a Shockwave catching Crisp and Khan. The Rand does claim the Baron Asher in favor of Invictus. Can they fully disengage away from this one? As you do see LWX trying to chunk down people, but he's in the middle of the Flame Splitter. Does get a kill. Khan. Doinb is still in the center of it, but a quadra kill ensues for Puff as the last Rand comes through.
And that is the quadra for Puff, showing that they've got more than just the Shy as a Kalista player on this team. And what a fantastic cleanup coming in from IG onto that. That was definitely a 50-50 Baron play. Not the fact that, I mean, the Baron was going to be secured because Puff exists as Kalista, but the fight was definitely a 50-50.
How does Tion loses that?
And Ning goes in with the ultimate, just gap closes just enough, and
walks out alive?
Yeah. Doesn't get punished. In a beautiful CC chain coming in from IG to really clap that team fight.
I mean, the Shockwave into the Flag and Drag really put the nail in the coffin, but then again, this replay here shows how desperate FPX were to really try to pull this fight apart. They started engaging without having all the tools at their disposal. I don't know. It's a question of, do we clear the fight fast enough? Because there's already, you know what? Forget that replay because we have another fight going on. Puff already took down Doinb. In comes in. What the heck was that? An equalizer. All right, new blast cones, by the way.
What a way to use the new blast cone, and what a tragic way to lose
cooldowns.
Yeah, because if they get that kill, that should just be the end of the game. For IG, they win the game off of that one.
IG are playing it safe. They're pushing bot lane right now. They want to crack open the inhibitor before anything else. Doinb is spawning in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, but he does not have the Crowstorm. That's a huge hook. Flag and drag onto Tion. Tion is down for the count. FPX are down to 4 members, but they don't have a lot of cooldowns as the Death Tower does go in. Khan goes in on Dominus mode. They're running low on health. They're running low on cooldowns. Invictus Gaming, they're brute forcing their way into the base of FPX. Doinb bites the dust yet again. Double kill for Puff. We BM'd his Ezreal, but don't you dare misrepresent the Callista of Invictus Gaming. The Nexus is exposed. Down goes LWX as well. Mr. 200 Years is witnessing his Nexus getting blown up as Invictus Gaming reverse sweep on FPX.
And Mr. 200 Years meets Callista, and Callista in the hands of IG, letting people know that you can't just draft around the Shy's Callista. You have to respect Puff's Callista as well, because in those last team fights, he was just uncontrolled.
He was. I mean, he got a quadra kill. Granted that most of these plays came from, it feels almost like a sense of desperation from FPX, because most of these fights didn't actually have to be contested, but FPX time and time again fell victim to this bait of Invictus trying to pull them and drag them down to their level, where Invictus just thrive off the chaos.
Yeah. Invictus is the chaos team, and for FPX, they're all about those team fights, setting up the team fights. But when you're in that Baron situation where it is just that split second, you have to make the decision, and because they're already set up, you're forced into a situation where you're just streaming in one by one, making on the fly decisions.
Yeah.
And that's where IG, they win that every single time, AC.
It's true. I mean, their health bars were ticking low, but their aggro rotations were so good, LWX couldn't actually get close to anyone to actually pop them and dwindle their numbers down. So it's like you said, their micro is super, super clean comparatively to FPX. FPX have the macro, they have the rotations, they have the calls. But what I felt about this game, yes, they had the calls to just shut down the Shy, but they let go so many objectives over to Invictus Gaming that even though the Shy was down in the gutter, they were never out of the game. They took 2 Dragons and a Herald out of just sheer calls from Ning throughout this game. And you can see exactly how this game went. Like, it just, as soon as Puff started popping off, like, the game just went down a cliff.
Yeah. And I mean,
the Shy
FPX,
was top damage dealer. Okay.
Yeah, they had a clear game plan. Kill the Shy.
Yes.
What they had beyond that game plan, I mean, that was it.
And we did see a lot of questionable plays, like these small errors from FPX, these small
Crisp didn't have aftershock.
aggro. Exactly, these small mistaken aggro swaps that gave away kills, traded 1-for-1. These are never favorable to FPX. They're always better for the Shy. Yes, he's dying, but he's not dying alone. He's not dying in a 1v1. He's always trading 1.
Yep. And I mean, this play was so good at the start, and then it just turned so good for the other side.
I mean, I feel like Ning is the MVP for this game. If not the Shy for having the patience to actually endure the onslaught of the early game, give it to Ning, because his plays, his flags and drags were so well placed in tandem with Rookie. Like the shockwaves into flag and drags, like Ning was just on point with the Jarvan.
Yeah, I definitely think Ning gets a good shout out. Southwind.
Why are we replaying this?
Southwind also had another solid game on the Thresh. It really is a little bit hard to give it over to Puff, though, even though he does get that quadra. Because of the fact that, well, I mean, before that, his impact wasn't that crazy. And even the Callista ultimates, the support is calling the shots for that one.
True. I mean, Puff is there. He's doing what he has to do, but he's not the Shy. And this play hurts.
This is forcing the play. Has his ultimate canceled out. I don't know why he decided to channel his ultimate right when
You had a
he
ward.
came off
You
of
had a ward
teleport.
a little bit back. Look at that. You have a ward right next to Ning. Why would you teleport inside the pit when you could just cast your ult safely from from teleporting into the other ward and a little bit back across the river?
Sometimes you just get caught up. And FPX, if you just recap the last 5 minutes of that game, they were definitely just caught up in the pace of IG. That was
Exactly. It was like desperation play after desperation play that didn't really result into anything positive for FPX, and they slowly started to lose control of the game, which is an unfortunate scenario to see FPX in, especially because our producer is very sad about it.
Yeah, all that FPX gear. But you know, it might be because of the fact he didn't wear his FPX gear.
True.
Instead, he was wearing EDG.
We talking shit about me again? What's going on here? What's going on here, my boys? What's
I'm just saying that you're not flying the Phoenix colors.
I'm not today. I'm true. I'm more IG colors. I'll be frank. This is much more IG style. Like this is
He
old
was really
EDG.
throwing it for FPX today.
Yeah, we'll see how that is. Yeah.
So, FPX fans in the chat, you know, people who were really gunning for FPX, blame this man down there.
What? You're not gonna blame me for this. Oh my lord. All right.
I mean,
I don't
we
know.
can,
how
we
it
should.
is.
There we go.
You know,
Who was the
have-
MVP for this game? Have they declared it yet or no?
No, it just disappeared. I'll be
Has to be
completely
me.
honest. It'll be completely honest. It just kind of disappeared, and yeah, I don't know what happened.
Oh.
This feed actually just died again. I give
Oh.
up. I give up when it comes to the
okay.
LPL. We'll wrap
All
it
right,
up.
it went to Ning.
It went
We
to-
just
All right.
assume it went to Ning. Good work,
right.
Ning.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
stole
we're-
dragons.
Oh my god.
he set up ultimates. He knocked people up.
True.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess we're wrapping it up then. Since we don't have an MVP. Opal, do you do the honors or no?
Yeah, I'll do the honors. Yeah. So thank you guys for tuning on in today. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow when we come back with some more UEB action. Of course, we have another day of LPL still around the corner. As always, thank you for all the casters that came out today and casted. Was great to have you. And we hope to see you guys tomorrow and then the preview in the next week. We ain't going anywhere, all right? I'm stuck in quarantine in the studio now. I need help. Send help. That's all I'm asking. Have a good night.